Not too much, Ox. How you doing, man?
I'm well, thanks for asking. And thank you for joining us.
Of course. Wouldn't miss it. Got some pretty epic matches today.
Yeah, we got a TVT and a TVZ, guys. Dandy will be playing Ultra. I think we're getting 7 games. And then we got Tara vs. Chaelyn. TVZ.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with all these players. The Dandy vs. Ultra first series is going to be pretty intense. Like, when I think obviously I think more folks are more familiar with Dandy than Ultra, but Ultra no slouch. He actually, in the last California land, Africa land, he was the one who knocked me out. Very, very strong Terran player, and really someone who doesn't shy away from like late game style. Like, I don't see a ton of his TVT, just being honest. There's so rare to find like foreign Terrans, I feel like, but
Right.
his TP TVZ, like, he loves to get the fastest thirds I can really even think of. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how that matches up with someone like Dandy, who's also not afraid to take it to the late game. I feel like Dandy might have a little more finesse in his control, but yeah, that's gonna be a tough series, honestly. And then the creme de la creme of the day,
You think
Terror
so?
versus Chaelyn. I think Terror versus Chaelyn's really gonna be the match. I'm
He
super
wanted to play
excited for.
Koreans, so I was like, okay, let's get Chaelyn in there. She's awesome.
She's
If people
awesome.
aren't familiar with her, is she like 2400 MMR? Korean Zerg?
Yeah. Yep. I want to say about 2400. I mean, wouldn't surprise me if she was even getting higher than that. Really has. If I had to compare her style to anyone, it would be like close to like Eon Zerg. Like hyper aggressive. Like hyper aggressive.
400
Always.
APM?
Yeah. Yeah. Very, very fast. She's insanely like fast. But I mean, like, just loves to lean on the opponent. Like, very, very aggressive mid game. You can't expect her to just try to play your typical ZVT and get to hive. Defend, wait for Defiler. She'll just try to kill you with Muta. She'll do off the wall 2-hatch lurker timings. So I think she's really, Terra's really gonna have to like keep on his toes against a Zerg like Chaelyn, because Terra also known for kind of an unorthodox like style. Like, he's got
Right.
Quite the assortment of different openings and builds. So a lot of the time I feel like when we see Terra playing against Zergs, they're kind of having to adapt to him, and he never really gets thrown off of his game too much. But a player like Chaelyn will absolutely throw you for a loop if you're not expecting something.
That's really cool. I didn't know you're that familiar with Chaelyn. So you watch her play on her stream?
Oh yeah, she streams on Twitch very regularly, actually, and has for years. So I watch her quite a bit. I watch all the good foreign and Korean like great Zergs. I obviously, being a Zerg player, I watch mainly Zergs, but no, I'm very familiar with Chaelyn. She's very, very strong, and this is gonna be a tough match both ways. I think you picked a great matchup. Like, they're going to be fairly even. I don't even know who I'd really give the advantage to in that match in particular. But it's going to be a very even match, and it should be pretty strong. So
That's awesome,
yeah.
man.
Yep.
Hype. I just wanted to mention that Dandy and Ultra are in the same team. Big shout out to Team Soul. I believe Ultra had left a little while ago to go to DM, Disturb Mind. Okay. But then he's back at Soul. So, I'm assuming they've played a lot with each other. And they're familiar with each other's styles. It should be a pretty good TVT. The last show match I organized between them, it was just a smaller one. It was a best of 7. It was back in the day when I didn't really know what I was doing. Not that I know what I'm doing now. So I had set up a best of 7 at TVT. No idea. And lo and behold, it turns out to be like a 2 hours and a half TVT. We have the VOD up. Great games. But I remember after that, Dandy spoke to me. He was like, no more TVT best of 7s, buddy. You can't do that. And I was apologetic, but I also appreciated the fact that they played it out. And it was just such a great matchup to see. And that was part of my learning experience of not just understanding, you know, how long certain matchups can go, but also the skills of some of these players. So I am looking forward to seeing them go head to head. I did message them individually and sort of try to like stoke up some tension between them. So I told Ultra, like, Dandy said he's gonna kick your ass, man. I told Dandy like the same thing. Like, Ultra had told me that he had just beat Terror PVT, and then he wrote ZZZZZZ. So I was like, Dandy, Ultra just like smashed Terror, and he's just gonna eat you up today.
He's laughing about it.
So they just gave me the tongue emotes. But yeah, we'll see. I think Ultra is a really solid player. Probably Dandy is seen as the favorite, but Ultra is more than capable of surprising people. He did exceptionally well. I don't know if it was the last BSL or the season before that. He was in the Pro League.
I think it was I don't think it was last season. So
it was the one before, right?
It must have been, yeah. But yeah, he is like a multiple-time Pro League player, I believe, for BSL. So yeah, I mean, definitely has the capability. Just my gut, I'm gonna say Dandy's the favorite here. It's hard to, you know, to say he isn't. But Ultra can clearly, you know, very obviously can take a series off of a player like Dandy. So, you know, it's not guaranteed and set one way or the other. That's funny. Dandy reached out to you after the series, like, no more TVT.
It was a year ago, yeah.
I kind of don't blame him. Like, man, TVT games, if they play it right and they're really trying to grind out a win, they take hours. They can take hours and hours and hours, and it's exhausting. Like, it is so mentally exhausting to play at that level, at that speed. You know, they're not even blinking like half the time because of you know, all the control involved. It's just
I think TVT's depicted like that, and it's probably right. When I think of like ZVZ, because you're a Zerg player, I've commonly heard that the games are really short, but just watching them, and I love ZVZ because it's just such a fast, intense paced game. I feel like they can be just as challenging and exhausting. It's just like more packed in little time, you know. The game could just change up so fast, you know. Mutas get into your nat, they kill 4 drones, you're fucked.
Yeah, it's game over from something
or
like
Zerglings are on in. I love watching ZVZ, but I guess they're shorter, right? They don't really drag on.
Definitely on average much shorter than like a TVT series. Honestly, where you run into that like grindiness of TVT is siege tank lines. Like, TVT is definitely the matchup that I feel like it rewards the more passive player the majority of the time, because it's so difficult to engage efficiently into a siege line, you know. Like ZVZ, sure, you know, if you have the overwhelming force or even just like 1 or 2 more extra Zerglings, and you know, you can just A move and not even think about it, and you know, it will work out in your favor. But if you have, let's say, 5 siege tanks, and your opponent has 4, but they're sieged up, and you know, even though you have the efficient numbers and you try to attack move into those, you're gonna lose. You're gonna take the worst trade time and time again. So it's really tough to like, and I mean, I can't do it. I'm not a good TVT player, never have been. So it's really tough to see, like, it's really interesting to see, I'll say, like, how good these Terran players are and how, you know, divisive they are with knowing when and where and how to take those fights and making them work out. Like it's a tough skill to have, but obviously that's what makes TVT like such a special matchup in this game.
Yeah, well, we're all about making fun of Terran players here, Machine. As much as I appreciate your great compliments, we're living at a time when Terran players are just shitting all over Protoss players and Zerg players.
It is true. There's a lot of that going
last
around.
Thing we
I
need
won't
to
mention
do.
any
Give me your
streams.
I'm just kidding. Hey, Pato.
Hey.
Hey, Pato. Good to see you, man.
Likewise.
Well, are we ready to get this one started here? These are live, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. All of them have been live.
Okay, yeah.
We are waiting for Dandy and Ultra. They should be here shortly.
Okay.
We have 2 hours allotted for 7 games. So this TVT is going to be 7 games, guys. And then after them, Terra and Chaelyn. We're supposed to be playing. Now, Terra has a tournament game that he's playing shortly, but there's a good chance that he'll finish up in time. Or at the very least, we might have to wait a little bit until he can play Chaelyn. But hopefully get both matches underway. It's a little tricky when you're dealing with 4 different players and you're doing a live event, but we've been able to pull it off. I think we can do it again.
Yeah, we definitely can.
How about a Spanish greeting, Pato?
Oh, we're live.
Oh yeah, what do you think? We're just shooting the shit here?
We're on the Africa channel at the moment.
Oh, shit.
We have an audience, man. We have a handful of individuals who decided to tune in. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
Buenas noches a todos, gracias por conectarse. Estamos esperando a la llegada de Dandy y Ultra para comenzar el día de Alpha X. Best of 7. Now you can make your sounds.
Guys, we got a English and Spanish cast. Hold your horses, let me explain why. We get a lot of Latin American viewers, and last time we did this, nobody really complained that much, at least from their side. We thought we'd do it again, since Dandy and Terra are both playing. It's not something we're going to do every single time. I do appreciate all the English viewers who are tuning in live or watching the VOD, and haven't totally complained about it. Hopefully it goes well again. I find it really funny and interesting myself. I don't think it's something that's done because it's kind of like a terrible idea. But I had a lot of fun listening to Machine and Pato last night. Just like take turns and speak different languages.
Yeah, it's definitely something, you know.
And you were understanding what Pato was saying.
I mean, little
I
words
have beautiful
here
Spanish.
and there. Yeah.
He was like, Pato, I don't understand what you're saying, but I totally agree with you. I remember a few instances.
I remember you saying that. I forget what it was, but it was something like...
I was asking for help. They kidnapped me. They're not paying me.
It was on Fighting Spirit. And Dandy was top left, and Hawk was bottom left. It was
you were talking about an academy timing and how Zerg was gonna need 2 Sunkens or something like that. I do remember that. Yeah. And I was like, yep, I know. That is exactly what was running through my mind at the same time. Yep. Yeah, those T-Rex academy pushes, man, they get you. So, Pato, what are your predictions as far as this first series with Dandy against Ultra?
It's tricky because Ultra has a very strong TVT. So,
oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's his best master, to be honest.
Oh shit. Okay.
His TVC is very strong. We all know that his TVP is his weakest. He pulled off some very good wins in TVC, but TVT he's very strong. He managed to defeat Terror and Dandy a couple of occasions. So I think that it can go either way. I maybe can say that it will go like 4-3 to either of both. I will stick to Ultra just to play against the odds.
Okay. I didn't think the play. Before you joined, I kind of said I figured Dandy was the favorite here, but I admitted I haven't seen Ultra play TBT a whole lot, so that's really kind of what I've seen from his like his Terran vs Zerg, like you said, so strong. And I didn't realize that his TVP was like by far his weakest matchup because he still seems very functional there.
Yeah, but he struggles a lot, and it's the matchup where he got more losses. I think if he would play a better TVP, I think he would be a better Terran, a top tier Terran. Without doubt, he already is, but I think he will go up one more step in the ranking. But he struggles a little bit. He's still obviously very strong, but in that level where he is, I think is by far his weakest link. On the other hand, TVC and TVT, he plays it like really good. So he's a phenomenal player. I know him in real life. He's a really nice dude.
Yeah, he is. He definitely is.
So, and he's I like a lot his style. He's a very mechanical player. So, I'm really looking forward for this TVT.
Wow, I didn't realize he was such a monster TVT. That's great to hear. I mean, Dandy and Terra must get a lot of practice with each other as well. So I'd assume that Dandy's obviously got a plan going into this this series against Ultra.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he's. They got different styles. You can see that Dandy and Terra have different styles, and Ultra has his style as well. So it's always interesting to see TVTs when they play TVTs against each other. Also, Reynor is a very good Terran for Bolivia.
Oh, yes.
So there are four very good Terrans from Latin America who often beat each other. So you not always see who's better, but I think Terror and Dandy are stronger because they are how do you say it? They are like more firm on every matchup. They don't have one matchup that they are very weak, so that's why they are separate from the others.
They're more like complete players.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God. Okay. Wow, Reynor. That's a name I haven't heard in a while, but
yeah, he reached like 2400 MMR. So
recently.
Yep. He's very strong.
Okay.
He
knocked my buddy Nyokin out of WCG World Finals. Gosh, this was probably in 2006 or 7, and I've never forgot his name ever since. Yeah. Oh, okay. Alrighty.
Oh.
Here we go.
Oh, it started. Está bien, entonces en la esquina superior derecha en el mapa Eclipse tenemos a Dandy de Perú, mientras que en la esquina inferior izquierda de color violeta tenemos a Ultra de Chile.
And spawning in the top right as the blue Terran, we have Soul T Dandy. And meanwhile, spawning at the bottom left side of Eclipse as the magenta Terran, we have Soul T Ultra. Alrighty. Eclipse. What do you think of this map in particular for TVT, Pato?
I would discard any 15 command center, 13 command center build. I think they will play more standard, like a gas factory expand. They could do a 2-fact, but I think it's the 80% of the games you see on this map are factory expansion, and then I don't know how they plan to follow up from there.
I feel like a lot of that might be because of this high ground that really lives outside the natural for both players. Like that is such a strong position if held in TVT that really helps you kind of control the map. So yeah, it'll be kind of interesting to see here identical builds from the start, as you called it. That's really good insight there, Pato.
Well, the thing is, when they have like they have maps with ramps, you can discard any 8 racks or proxy racks below there because they are very weak. So they can play a little bit greedier. But on the maps that don't have a ramp, you can expect any tricky below there because you don't have that advantage from the top hill. So you got to be very careful with any proxy.
Okay.
Bueno, entonces como estaba diciendo, este es un mapa que vamos a ver probablemente un build order de Factory expansión. Es bastante improbable que hagan proxy barrack por el tema de que hay rampa en las dos bases. De ahí lo que no estoy seguro es cómo lo van a seguir, eso va a ser una opción particular de los dos. Dandy, por lo que lo conozco, a veces tiene build order más de drop de Goliaths o algo más por el estilo, mientras que Ultra suele jugar más a Vultures, pero podría sorprendernos, también tiene un repertorio bastante amplio, así que la verdad es que sería tirar la moneda, tratar de predecir que van a hacer los dos.
As Pato is called here, we are seeing just a very standard factory expand so far from both players. They pulled off gas, I believe, so that would indicate this will be a command center follow-up by both. This is game 1, 7-game series. You know, looks like neither player really looking to throw out any type of a gimmicky build so far. They're just both rearing to get this one going and see who the better player is here early on.
Ahora vemos que Dandy está tratando de ser un poquito más agresivo, llevando 2 Marines para adelante. Capaz pushé con 1 o 2 Vultures. Eso lo vamos a ver. Si se queda en 24 de supli y no hace más de esa vez, probablemente haga doble Vulture. No, va a ser solo 1. Y ahora el problema es que hay un SCV en la base de Dandy, así que me parece que cualquier tipo de agresión va a ser scouteada. Por ahora, builds idénticos, no veo un Armory en ninguna de las dos bases, así que esto va a ser una cuestión de micro.
Great scouting here from Ultra early on, seeing this, and defends that quick Marine timing very well. Ultra also knows exactly what his opponent's up to, but once Dandy ended up scouting that Vulture there, he knows they have exactly identical builds. You know, nothing too ridiculous yet. There's even a Marine advantage, I'd say, for Ultra, and that's about it. We're seeing a second factory going down, I believe, in both bases as well at the same exact time. So these guys are right on top of each other as far as build orders.
El tema de atacar rápido con Marines y Vultures hace que si alguno de los dos Terrans va por un add-on, el otro Terran tenga un Vulture más que el otro. Entonces en ese escenario puede castigar al oponente y puede, digamos, matarlo en el tiempo que va a salir un tanque. Por ejemplo, por ahora vemos que Ultra no hizo el add-on, eso le va a dar un Vulture extra para poder atacar. Ves que Dandy tiene 2 y Ultra tiene 3, en este momento podría atacar y sacarle ventaja. Pero si Ultra espera demasiado tiempo, ya Dandy va a equiparar la cantidad de Vultures. Así que parece que no se animó Ultra, o no se está animando porque no tiene visión, pero ahí tenía una ventana para atacar, que se aprovechó la ventana. Ahora Dandy va a tener la ventaja de upgrade de velocidad.
Both players up to 3 factories now. I believe Dandy had the faster add-on and should have the faster upgrade here. But other than that, not really a big advantage for either side. Looks like Dandy's up by a couple supply for a second. I think that's going to get reduced here fairly quickly. I'd expect to see a lot of Vultures from both of these players early on. Really just kind of retain that map control, get map vision, lay mines, and I guess try to hinder their opponent's move outs here early on.
Yeah, I was saying that Ultra had a little window where he could attack, because when you don't put a fast add-on and you keep building Vultures, you will have an extra Vulture in the exact time that he's putting an add-on. But if you wait, the other player will have an advantage because he will have the speed upgrade earlier, and he will have the same quantity of vultures. So,
oh, I see, because of the travel time as well. So it's kind of a
exactly.
risk to get that add-on a little earlier.
You have to scout, and when you don't build an add-on, you have to be aggressive. So that's why you push. It's like making Zerlings in CVC. It's something like that. You will have 2 extra Zerlings, and you have like a little window where you can attack, and well, that. But he didn't took advantage of that. So.
Got it. Okay, that's great to know. Still, both these players, I mean, just dead even, and neither really looking like they want to take a risk. I know Ultra's style, at least from his Terran versus Zerg, he's very slow, he's very methodical, but he does not make mistakes. We will not see him do silly mistakes like missing depots here early on. He's not going to do some type of a ludicrous off-the-wall build order. He just outplays his opponents.
Acá vamos a ver que ninguno de los dos está avanzando. Lo probable sea que pongan... Uy, ahí está perdiendo 2 Vulture. Lo más probable es que intenten poner muchas minas para controlar el mapa, y cuando ya hayan gastado todas las minas de cada Vulture, recién ahí creo que van a atacar. Pero por ahora lo inteligente sería poner minas, y cuando pongan las minas recién ahí atacar.
Big move out here from Dandy, but I don't like the position for Ultra. He's firing into high ground and has the supply deficit at the moment as well. So good engagement here from Dandy. It looks like Dandy is slowly starting to come out on top here. Yeah, this is probably game. Ultra's just tearing through SCVs. Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be over. Only a single tank for Ultra so far, but it's going to be quite some time before he's able to retake this natural.
Yeah, no Academy. Academy on the low ground.
Yeah.
So unfortunate.
Yeah, it's kind of a risk to produce that there.
Yeah, well, the tank switch is another thing. They have to be very careful. Because when you switch the tanks, you have a little window as well, where if the other player continue building vultures, he can overrun you. Plus the high ground, as you said, was really unfortunate.
Yeah, it really was. It was like the second he chose to move up onto that high ground too, and Dandy had no vision, so I mean, it really was a little bit of luck there. But you know, nonetheless, Dandy is able to, I guess, really take advantage of that unfortunateness. And, you know, this is going to be a little while, but if Dandy wants to win, he can't just, like, obviously run up the ramp at the moment. Those are siege tanks. Ultra does have a siege tank advantage. So really, Dandy's window into slowly extending this lead is by doing things like delaying this command center, planning all of these mines. You know, maybe even taking a quicker third expansion of his own. TVT is just that matchup where it's so difficult to finish even when you do have a lead.
Vemos que Dandy va a sacar una tercera, ya tiene demasiada ventaja económica con el tema de que Ultra dejó la academia abajo, no tiene un scan para poder bajar, entonces le va a ser muy difícil poder retomar esta base. Necesita poder limpiar las minas lo antes posible, vemos que Dandy puso muchísimas. Así que ya la ventaja ya del tiempo minado que perdió el Terran de color rosa ya es demasiado. Ahora va a estar contenido. Va a ser muy difícil que salga. Como saben, este es un matchup muy posicional. Entonces ya el hecho de que te planten 5 tanques en tu entrada hace que ahora como salís, ¿no? Capaz puedas tener... Él tiene 3 tanques, el otro puede tener 6, pero como el otro lo tiene plantado, va a tener un mejor trade o intercambio. Así que parece que Ultra va a salir ahora. Y si le sale mal esto, podríamos decir que es GG. Se escapó un tanque. Focus fire a los tanques, por favor.
Big move out by Ultra. Trying to get on top of these tanks of Dandy, but Dandy is in a beautiful arc here.
Oh!
Oh, good mine. Yeah, there's just too much from Dandy.
Yeah, contain. Contain is good. It's game. Bueno, este es el tema, ¿no? Si ustedes juegan demasiado pasivo un TBT y dejan que el otro se les plante en la cara, después salir es todo un tema, ¿no? Porque la única forma va a ser con drops y no le vas a dar el gas para poder producir, el otro va a empezar a hacer un arco de torretas alrededor de tu base, y ya con poner 6-7 tanques en forma horizontal, digamos, en este caso, va a hacer bueno, que el tema de pushear de su propia entrada va a ser muy difícil. Así que Dandy ya tiene un tercer gas. Ya ahora matemáticamente va a ser imposible para Ultra de dar vuelta a esta partida. Vemos como partidas de este nivel se definen por detalles, ¿no? Por pequeños momentos en la partida. Así que nada, ahora creo que a menos que pase algo totalmente irreal, es casi una certeza de que Dandy gana esta partida.
Yeah, Dandy just, I mean, using all of his advantages at the moment. He's up a base. I mean, hats off to Ultra for even just continually fighting from this position. It's difficult, you know. It's game one here, and he knows he wants to give a good showing for the fans. So you know, it's tough to do. But man, this is just such a contain here from Dandy. Here we go, big push.
Yeah,
GG is called. Game one going to Dandy of the 7-game series. Really well played there from both players, but mainly Dandy. You know, he had the right opportunity there, and he jumped all over it, and you know, didn't miss a beat this game. Ooh. Both players opened 5 factory there into heavy vulture pressure. I feel like TVT is slowly turning into this more and more as I kind of been watching it unfold over the last like year or so. Pato, is it pretty common to open 5 fact vulture pressure?
Yeah, you cannot play TVT as TVP, for example. You have to open vulture because you need the map control. You need to stay aggressive. If the other player is bad, you can open a tank because they won't try to attack. But if you are good, you always try to pressure with your marines, with your vulture. Of course, you are always on top of the other opponent. If you let your opponent be, you let him like make tanks. While with vultures, you can stop any kind of push. You can control all the map, and there's almost nothing that the other player can do if you do it correctly, of course.
Of course. That execution though from times can be pretty tough, you know, as we all know. But okay, I mean, circuit breakers, I think of the same thing. This is a pretty common map, wide entrance and actually multiple entrances leading into that natural. Great map for vulture pressure here early on, so it'll be interesting to see what we see
This
here.
map is interesting for vulture and from raids because you cannot build things on the middle. So you can expect on this map 15 CCs openers. You can expect heavy vultures openers, and you can expect right openers as well. So
does a player like Dandy usually open something like 2-port Wraith often? TVT?
Yeah, Dandy is known in Latin America for 2 things: his marine micro and his right micro as well. So he likes making rights a lot. So he has really good control. So we can expect a build order such as Wraith. But you only you commonly build Wraiths whenever you're facing a 2 factory or you do 15 command center. Then doing Wraiths is a common follow-up to avoid any kind of factory tank pressure. Entonces, arriba a la izquierda tenemos al Terran peruano, tenemos a Dandy en el mapa Circuit Breaker. Y en la esquina inferior izquierda de color violeta tenemos al Terran chileno, a nuestro amigo personal, a Nelson, a Ultra.
And we have spawning at the top left-hand corner of Circuit Breakers as the blue Terran, Soul T Dandy. And spawning below him At the bottom left, as the purple Terran, we have Soul T Ultra.
Ok, como estaba diciendo anteriormente, este es un mapa en el cual se pueden ver dos cosas con más frecuencia. Por un lado, podemos ver openers de Vultures, de más Vultures. Y por otro lado, también son común los 15 Command Center y como follow-up de eso, ver espectros o brights. Por el tema de que al no poder construirse torretas en el medio, el harass con los espectros suele ser muy efectivo. Así que vamos a ver si Dandy en este caso va a abrir 15 Command Center. Vemos un gas en el caso de Ultra. Y no sé si tiene gas Dandy. No sé si hizo refinería. A ver. Refinery on Dandy. Yep, ok. No, Factory Expansion. Ok. Y probablemente veamos full Vulture por parte de ambos.
So what does this faster refinery from Ultra kind of signify?
Usually when there's a thing that Terrans tend to do, not much in TVT, but it depends on anyone, in any individual, that you can scout with the 12th SCV and build your gas on 13 in order to have a faster scout and to avoid any like 15 command center, so you can like counter it with tank pressure with 2 factories. But I don't know. It depends on the player. Some players will say, okay, make 12 racks and 12 gas and scout on 14. Light will say that, like, you don't really need to scout like that fast in TVT because it's the same. You won't scouting in time if you build 15 CC, and I don't know. It's more like a gamble. It's better to stay in your base and gather more resources.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
But it's little details that, yeah, and it's a little bit of details and a little bit of style.
Yeah, we definitely see a big gas advantage here for Ultra. You know, he has opted to show just that single factory so far. I'm interested to see where the deviation in the build's going to be. Okay.
Yeah, usually it's a faster CC against a faster factory. When you build a faster factory, it's because you want to apply more pressure with vultures, and when you want a fast CC, you will have a later vulture, but you can defend anyways. Acá vemos que Ultra está sacando 4 Marine y está sacando tanque de una. Esto, a ver, es malo en el sentido que si Dandy manda su Vulture, Ultra se va a comer un montón de daño. Pero si Dandy, bueno, acá vemos que Dandy está mandando el primer Vulture, así que va a tener un montón de daño si no se desvía con eso. Y Ultra de manera muy inteligente deja sus marines a la rampa. Pero no tiene expansión, está sacando una Factory Raid. He has no CC, I just figured.
Yeah, he has no command center. This is a very fast starport in the main. I think it's going to be some type of like a Wraith timing.
Yeah, this is a very old build order, so I think well, Dandy needs to put a bunker immediately, so he won't, because he will be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this I mean just feels very difficult for Dandy to handle. We have 4 Marines and a tank already outside the base. The Wraith is being rallied. He's got a couple SCVs as well. If he gets a bunker down at that natural, I don't know what Dandy could really do about it at this stage of the game. And only a single Marine.
Yep. Because he won't have a Goliath in time unless he builds the armory as soon as he could. So maybe this would be a very good time. I don't know if Dandy will be able to stop it. He needs like really good micro.
Yeah, this was a very strong control here as well from Ultra. I like the Wraith usage so far. Yeah, we'll have to see if he has that armory in time to maybe get a Goliath out and deal with that. I'm not sure.
don't lose the Marines. Oh, 2 Marines lost. That's really bad.
That was very well done from Dandy.
But he has nothing to control that raid as well, so he's in a very bad spot. Oh.
We do have an armory finally, but yeah, it's looking pretty late. I don't know. Ooh, another vulture going down for Dandy. I feel like Dandy's slowly kind of losing control here. I mean, Ultra's got siege tanks with siege outside his natural. It's gonna take so long to clear that out.
But he put mines on the path, so he's okay.
Oh, I see. Very smart.
Entonces, esto es un build order que es un build order muy viejo, en el cual uno suele apoyar con una factory y un starport. Como ven, Dandy fue muy inteligente y pudo escapar un Vulture y puso minas en el camino. Pero ahora, si esos tanques llegan a destino y llega a tener 4 tanques plantados afuera, yo no sé cómo va a ser. Opa. Yo no sé si...
Oh, that hit. Wow. That's big damage.
Oh. Okay, so...
Ooh, tanks aren't quite there.
Yeah, but I think it's a lot of tanks.
He did clear 2 of the tanks, but yes, loses a couple Goliaths for it as well. Remember, both these tanks are weak. Dandy might try to pounce on this, but no, it looks like it's just too much.
Entonces volvemos al punto donde el Terra en Terra no es un match posicional. El Ultra fue muy inteligente y logró pushear rápido, como tratando de prever, digamos, el build order más común, que es el de sacar, digamos, Vulture, y salir a pushear rápido sin hacer ESPA. Y por otro lado, digamos, bueno, tiene la ventaja de la visión y la ventaja de, bueno, estar posicionado con tanques afuera. Mientras que Dandy, si bien tiene 3 factories y sacó un command center, no pudo usar su command center y ahora, a medida que el tiempo pase más y más, no va a poder hacer nada. Así que ahora va a tratar de escaparse con unos Vultures para seguir poniendo minas, para cortar los refuerzos.
Yeah, we ended up losing a few more vultures there, but at least Dandy has some type of map presence. Looks like he's going to choose to remine that pathway between their bases. But wow, Ultra getting pretty cocky here, moving up with the 4 tanks and the raids. Is doing some damage. The Goliaths are focusing the barracks for some reason. Wow, that was a very good trade here for Ultra, I'd say. But SCVs are coming in, getting on top of those siege tanks. Meanwhile, those vultures from Dandy are countering the main, getting some SCV kills here already. Ooh, this is a crazy game.
So, I don't know, but I think Ultra is winning.
I think so too.
Oh,
I think
CC dead.
Yeah, dead CC. That's got to be it. This is such a smart build from Ultra, though. I feel like I don't know. I can't remember the last time I saw something like this, but
yeah, it's very old. I say to the people that it's a very old build as well, but it works, as you can see.
Yeah.
But the other player has to play Vulture, has to play the standard game, because if he doesn't, you're dead.
Man, some mind games. Pato, you were calling it at the beginning of the cast. Ultra's, you know, he's kind of known for it. He's got some incredible TBT. It's awesome that he's, you know, showing off his style here. I really like seeing this.
Bueno, podemos ver un juego creativo de Ultra, ¿no? Vemos que es un jugador muy inteligente que logró... O sea, este build order que hizo solamente funciona si la otra persona va al opener estándar de Vulture, ¿no? Porque, bueno, si por ejemplo hubiera salido directo a Goliath o full Vulture y después a Goliath, no sé qué tan efectivo hubiera sido esta salida. Se la jugó, digamos que fue una especie de apuesta, pero ya con el daño que hizo fue más que suficiente como para poder poner a Dandy contra las cuerdas. Si bien tiene la misma cantidad de supply, Ultra tiene 3 command center, así que ya creo que no va a haber nada que le quite la posibilidad de bueno, lograr el empate a nuestro amigo chileno. Así que increíble serie entre ellos dos. Podemos decir que son de los mejores Terran del mundo y tenemos el orgullo de que sean latinoamericanos y que sean increíbles personas. Así que qué buen TBT.
Dandy finally able to break out of that contain from his natural, and is putting his own command center down, but we're starting to see Ultra reap the rewards of his build order. He's got a natural online. He's even got a third command center that looks like he's opting to lift and bring back. He's probably just going to end up taking the mineral only a little quicker with that. He's also got some wraiths on the map, but yeah, it's looking like all Ultra here. Ooh, Dandy putting down a third command center at 12 o'clock. I really like this. I feel like this is kind of the risk he needs to take to get back into a game like this. You know, we've seen Ultra basically get the majority of the early advantage here, but Dandy's advantage really is that those Vulture upgrades, those mines, the Vulture count on the map. There's definitely going to be no attacking into these siege tanks of Ultra. So you know what, he could hide a base here and maybe look to get an advantage that way. I think this is a great play.
Well, as you said before, TBT is a matchup where you can like lay down like 6 tanks and throw 2 expansions, and the game can last like 20 more minutes.
Yeah,
it's very hard. It's very hard to push in when the other player establish a position, no, with it. So I thinking that Dandy says, okay, I won't win now, so my only chance is to play a 40-minute long game. So
yeah,
I hope you are ready, people, to see a very long TBT.
This is gonna be the one, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Así que bueno, como estaba diciendo, digamos, a mis compañeros Machine, este es un TBT, tiene la particularidad de que yo cuando estoy atrás agarro, tiro 2 command center y planto 5 tanques, y para que la otra persona me mate tiene que pasar 6 tanques plantados, que no va a pasar, y eso le suma 20 a 30 minutos más de partida, cosa que ustedes se pueden fastidiar, pero cuando jugás TBT tenés que estar listo para estas cosas y ser paciente. Lamentablemente no es un match que vos puedas atacar a lo cabeza y ganar. Es un match en el cual tiene mucha táctica y posicionamiento, y cuando uno ya estableció una posición es muy difícil quitarlo de ahí. Así que sin Starport o sin drops es difícil que el otro a la fuerza, a menos que le saque 50 de supply, le gane al otro.
So every time we see a CC put down, it's sad times. Should we just start cussing? So that's another 30 minutes to the game.
I don't know. I personally, my favorite thing about TBT is when it gets into the ultra late game mass battle cruiser fights. So I mean, the closer we're getting to that, and it seems like we're well on our way. I don't know. I'm happy about it personally. Yeah. So, actually, Pato, that's a question of mine. TBT, how can you kind of tell if it is going to get to late game battle cruisers? Is it like a choice? Is it like, you know, if let's say you knew from this point, the 15-minute mark, it was going to be an hour-long game, is it better to just aim for that earlier on, or can you get
no? Because there are a lot of things that you can do in order to gain an advantage. But when the mid game is established, when you establish a mid game, when you start like dividing the map, that's the point where you know that it would be very hard to push the other player around, because it's very easy to gain an extra expansion, because you can just, this happens a lot to me, like A rank, S rank Terrans, they say, oh, I'm losing by 40 supply. Will I lose this game or not? They build like 3 or 4 dropships. They drop like 5 siege tanks in the other main, and they take 2 CCs. They put 15 turrets, and okay, 24 minutes long game, and you want to kill yourself because you are winning. In another matchup, you would win, but on TBT, you have to like. You can do that kind of stuff, and there's no, if you don't prevent it, you will have to play for an extra 20 minutes, so it's really annoying. So whenever you establish a position, it's over. You are like sealing the map, and as long as you wait, it will be harder and harder to push. For example, how can you break that?
Yeah, I don't know how you break it.
Well,
not efficiently.
Now you have to expand, and you have to drop, and you have to go around it. You cannot push it like a madman. So that's why it's very long game.
I see. Man, we're seeing some great Vulture harass here from Ultra. Second time now this 12 o'clock base has had some significant damage done, and we're seeing it in the supply. I mean, this Ultra, you know, he had that advantage early, and Dandy was definitely pulling himself into it. Like I said, like taking risks by trying to grab that 12 o'clock, but man, Ultra's just on top of it this game, it feels like. Dandy's securing mid-left as well. He's got a very big tank line set up in the center of the map that is easily protecting that 9 o'clock position. So I kind of like this. He knows the game's still, you know, even though he probably doesn't know he's down 70 supply, but you know, you could feasibly see a way for him to get himself back into this one. But actually, we're seeing Ultra now with another mass Vulture harass, and yeah, there's just not enough here to defend this. Shoot.
El tema de estos TBTs, lo que me preguntó Machine es cómo sabes cuando un TBT va a durar 50 minutos, ¿no? Y tiene mucho que ver cuando vos dejas establecer a la otra persona una posición como la que tiene Dandy, la que tiene 20 tanques parados en línea horizontal, en donde pushear con macro a través de eso es altamente difícil. Si bien ahora hay una diferencia de supply casi el doble, Ultra no puede ir caminando y romperle, digamos, ese contain a Dandy, por más que tenga mucho más. Entonces, ustedes, en cualquier otro matchup, esto ya sería una victoria de Ultra caminando. Ahora, nada, Dandy puede seguir en esta partida por la naturaleza del matchup en sí. Así que, nada. El tema es que Dandy, como pueden ver en el minimapa, solamente está defendiendo la mitad, ¿no? O sea, está dejando que Ultra, digamos, que Ultra pueda, digamos, escaparse con Vultus por la parte derecha de ese contain. Así que ahora vamos a ver qué va a pushear. Pero casi el doble de supply.
Ultra looks like he maybe wants to try to break the tank line. That would be incredible. Oh no, he's gonna start repositioning some tanks here. Seems like he should just scoot out towards the bottom right if he's trying to be
he has to take more expansion.
Yeah.
Sadly, or he should like put tanks on the right side of the map and take more expansion, because if he tries to push out and loses all his tanks and loses his supply advantage, he will lose the game. And it would be incredible because he has twice the supply amount, a better tank, a better bank. But I think he's going to try. Oh my god.
Here we go. Vulture's streaming in first.
Yeah, if he loses this battle, it would be very sad. Because he has twice the amount.
Yeah, he absolutely needs to win this. Oh, it looks like some big mines were also going down. It looks like he will come out on top, but he lost a significant amount of tanks there.
Yeah, but I don't think that Dandy would be able to. Yep, he was able to push. So, yeah, GG for Ultra. Unless he suicide all his tanks. But I think he has, like, too much.
Yeah, I think he just has too much here. Man, Ultra just showing that macro. GG is called.
Hehe.
Well played. We are 1-1 so far. Ultra taking game 2. It seemed like in both these games, the game was decided fairly quickly between these two. You know, there's been openings, there's been holes. That was honestly just a unique build from Ultra. I really, like I was saying, I can't even remember the last time I saw a TBT that looked like that. But I mean, looks like Ultra's pulling out all the stops here to try to take this series.
Bueno, vemos un matchup bastante interesante, aunque de alguna manera Dandy ya estaba con la ventaja más marcada desde el principio. Hizo como un intento de estabilizar el game y poder partir el mapa, pero bueno, Ultra tuvo un harass muy importante escapando una buena cantidad de Vultures y no lo dejó crecer en economía y pudo mantener la diferencia. Así que muy buen partido planteado por Nelson. Y vamos a ver qué pasa en el tercer juego de esta serie, en el mapa Polypoid. Entonces, arriba a la derecha tenemos a nuestro héroe peruano, a nuestra estrella, al hacedor de viudas, a Dandy. Mientras que en la esquina inferior izquierda tenemos a nuestro Terran estelar del territorio chileno, a nuestro amigo Nelson Céspedes, a Souti Ultra.
And spawning at the top right, as the white Terran of Polypoid, we see Soul T Dandy. And spawning at the bottom left position as the purple Terran, we have Soul T Ultra. Cross map, so we should see a bit of a slower game here, I'm assuming. It's also on Polypoid, obviously, like almost like the new era fighting spirit map. Everybody's played this game a billion times at this point. Quick high ground, mineral only. Every other base on the map has gas though. So yeah, it seems like a standard enough map for TVT.
Yeah, the only thing that you have to be very careful about this map is the high ground, where you have your third. You don't. It's very common when you establish a fast CC to build like 5 factories and try to gain that terrain, because if you just win that spot there with siege tanks, it's very hard to push out. I would say possible because one of the players is on the high ground and the other one is not. So you have to be very careful not to be very defensive and let the other player advance, because you will die.
Okay. Does that actually make 2-fact more common on this map?
Not to fact, but yes, more aggressive vulture control build orders, or like a lot of tank on that fast push build orders.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense. I hadn't thought about that before, but yeah, that high ground right outside your natural, your opponent gets a hold of that TVT, it would be very difficult.
Well, when you play TVT, one of the things you have to see about a map is how many ways you have to contain your opponent. As you see in this map, you have like one spot in the high ground and the other one almost near the high ground, so it's very easy to contain the other player. While there are other maps where you have a lot of ways to exit your base, so it's very hard to contain.
Kind of like circuit breakers. You almost have that separate, even if they control the bridges, you might be able to run towards your mineral.
You cannot control the mid of the map because you will need like 45 tanks.
Yeah.
So in that position, but if you put your tanks on the other side of the bridge and on the high ground, it is almost impossible to break that contain. So you always have to see how many ways the other player has to contain you, and that will depend if you will play a more ground army style or a more dropship heavy style. Así como le dije a Machine, le estaba comentando en inglés, que una de las cosas que tienen que mirar cuando juegan un TBT es la cantidad de spots en las cuales su oponente puede escapar o tiene para salir de la base. En este caso tiene una parte por la tercera, que tendría como un territorio elevado, llamado High Ground, y otra por abajo, que está bastante pegado del High Ground. Hay mapas que tienen muchas formas de escapar, entonces en esos es más favorecido un juego de hacer, digamos, un ejército más terrenal, terrestre. Mientras que en mapas donde es muy difícil contener al otro porque el mapa tiene muchas formas de escapar, a veces ahí es mejor jugar más con dropships.
We're starting to see the first deviation in build here. Ultra has put down a starport after factory inside the main. You know, he's also obviously got that command center at the natural, but I kind of like this for Ultra so far. Whenever you know your opponent is cross map, it's so far away, you know, there's so much travel time, and you're choosing to just play you know, a little more defensive early. Something like an early starport might open up holes either through wraiths or dropships early on that might not normally exist. So this is going to be interesting.
Well, this build order is very well known. Actually, well, Shine, the Terran, Shiny, I believe, he does shiny. It. Because it's very common for the other player to make like full vultures, so you need to close your entrance, like make a wall, because you will die to full vultures. But because the other player is making vultures, they don't have any anti-air, or it's not common to have. So you will get scouted, you will get a lot of scout information, and on the other hand, you will get harassed a lot. Plus, you won't be able to push in because the other player will have a wall, which he hasn't. He should have like a bunker. He has a wall, but it is very
it's
bad
not a
wall.
full wall.
Yeah, so that was a huge mistake by Ultra. But let's think that he will have a wall and that this wouldn't happen. He will have a reasonable amount of tanks, and he will be able to make a lot of damage with those raids. So he will be in the upper hand. He will have the upper hand, sorry.
I see. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same, but man, Dandy really exploiting that lack of wall from Ultra. He's definitely going to take a lead here. That was a lot of dead SCVs, and we see more and more vultures streaming across the map.
Yeah, so that what could be really good for Ultra, it turned like really bad. So now Dandy will get contained. Ultra will be contained. He lost a lot of SCVs, and he lost that advantage over there. So now, I believe that Dandy already has an armory, so those raids won't be doing that much damage. They will do damage, but not as much.
Yeah, we'll probably see just Goliath here soon.
Yeah, with one Goliath it's over. Plus, he needs a scan in order to move out.
So if you're Dandy right now, do you just try to get siege mode and a tank as quick as possible and just go over to that high ground?
Yeah, that's why he built like a triple add-on, because he needs tanks now. He needs to gain that high ground. With just one Goliath and 3 tanks with siege, and Ultra won't be able to push out.
Okay.
One, because he lost too many SCVs, and 2 is whenever you do a starport build order, you don't have much ground army. So if you don't move out fast enough, you will get contained and you will never move out.
I see. Okay. We're seeing a very fast third here from Dandy as well.
Yeah, because he knows that Ultra would not be able to have enough factories to push fast enough. Plus, he has mines on the outside, so of his third. So.
Well, we're finally seeing Ultra quickly move up and try to secure that high ground. I kind of like this. I was definitely getting anxious every second he didn't try to control this. So. Doing what he needs to do to stay in this game. But yeah, he's definitely... Ooh, and actually scouts the third here. That's very good for Ultra so far.
Bueno, acá vemos que cuando hacen un build order de Starport con TBT, el problema, las ventajas y desventajas de esto es que si bien scoutean con su espectro o con su raid y pueden hacer harass porque el otro va a tener bultos y matan a Goliath, El problema es que cuando hacen un starport no van a tener muchas factories. Ergo no van a tener suficientes unidades para pushar rápido. Y si se duermen, el otro Terran puede posicionarse afuera de su base y ya no lo van a quitar nunca más. Y por otro lado, Dandy, al darse cuenta de esto, de que el otro va a tener pocas factories, pudo tener una tercera más rápido y encima una tercera con gas. Que eso es todavía más importante. Entonces, si bien Ultra ahora está haciendo full factory para sacar unidades, ya Dandy tiene la ventaja de tener un tercer gas. Y eso ya le da como un plus. Si Dandy logra posicionar sus tanques y contener a Ultra para que no lo pushee en los próximos 2 minutos, va a tener una ventaja en el departamento de gas, digamos.
Even though we're seeing the supply advantage here from Dandy, we're not seeing a ton of, pressure, really. He's kind of just seems to be focused on, defending drops in those wraiths by spreading his Goliaths out between his main and his third, and just building up that tank count at the natural. He knows he has the only third gas, so, he doesn't feel too much pressure to really be aggressive here early on. He can kind of just reap the rewards of his advantage. Taking a fourth now even, but Ultra does know about that quicker gas third base, so it's the ball's kind of in Ultra's court to really take the next step here. Ooh, good pickup here from Ultra. Good Ultra harass, does pick up quite a few of those. Sees the tank count.
Ultra tiene una ventaja ahora que atar más unidades, o tiene la posibilidad de sacar más unidades de ult que Dandy, pero por otro lado, Dandy, si logra contenerlo bien con ese número de tanques, tiene una tercera infinitamente más rápido que la de Ultra, y más importante, su tercera tiene gas. Así que esto va a ser muy difícil. A medida que deje pasar el tiempo, Ultra va a ser más difícil de contener. Pero vemos un juego de dropship, así que ya podría empezar a molestar con eso. Un solo dropship no creo que sea suficiente, pero 3 o 4 ya sería un poco más interesante. As I said before, you can see that on this position it's harder to contain your opponent because there are so much spaces where he can escape.
Yeah, I definitely see that here.
So now I don't think that it's a very good idea to contain. And if you would contain, you would choose to contain closer than there, because Ultra can escape from the right and from using the 9 o'clock expansion as well.
I was thinking the same thing. There's a huge hole to the right leading straight to his third.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many tanks he has there, but he can't feel that comfortable. Either way, the drop coming in, it looks like it's going to be cleaned up fairly quickly. But yeah, not a single tank here. Those units could have just walked to the right and been here, I felt like, and done more.
You don't need a dropship to get there with that tank positioning.
I mean, let's hope Dandy adds to it here soon.
Entonces, como estaba diciendo, miren el minimapa, van a ver que Dandy está dejando un espacio demasiado amplio y que Uta tiene, digamos, un agujero enorme por el lado derecho para escapar con Vulture, que no hace falta usar los dropships cuando el otro Terran está tratando de hacer un arco tan grande. Cuando uno hace un arco tan grande necesita más unidades para cubrir todos los espacios vacíos. Y en eso el otro puede aprovechar esos espacios y pushear. Así que ustedes siempre cuando contengan a la otra persona tienen que hacerlo en los espacios más cerrados posibles. Porque de caso contrario el otro los va a esquivar y los va a matar. Entonces, o los va a hacer sacar los tanques de posición, y cuando el otro los ponga en siege, ustedes van a perder el intercambio. Así que Ultra está tardando demasiado tiempo en salir, y Dandy de a poquito, como una anaconda, lo está empezando a ahogar con sus tanques. Clave de este juego es que Dandy no deje que Ultra tome la base de las 6 y de las 9 en punto. So moving out.
Ultra harass from Ultra, but yeah, Ultra looking to push out here from his own mineral only. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough tanks here for Dandy to complete this contain. Wow, very, very well done here from Ultra so far. Really seems to be pulling himself back into this one.
Yeah, if he gets control of the 6 o'clock, it would be very hard.
Yeah, I feel like if he had that dropship still alive and he just dropped, you know, some vultures on top of that 6 o'clock and surrounded it, he might have an easier time of controlling it.
Yeah,
But actually,
he-
whoa, he might just counter.
Yeah, he's scanning, trying to know the position of Dandy's army. So on 3 o'clock, maybe he doesn't have any tanks, so maybe he can die. Yep, no tanks there.
Yeah,
So
we were kind of calling it out before. There's not many tanks there, and that's a lot of tanks moving in.
Yeah, but he hasn't moved in yet, so maybe he's taking a long time.
Yeah, he is taking a little bit of time.
There,
Oh.
just one tank. Yep. So now I think it will be very hard to push up that run.
Yeah, 2 tanks now. Looks like he will hold, but good timing there from Ultra. Yeah, it looks like that was a good amount of pressure. You know, it forced a lot out of Dandy to get units there in time. It did open up that 6 o'clock for him. And really, we're starting to see the map get established by both sides. I think Ultra is very clearly just trying to hold the bottom of the map at the moment. Ooh, good timing though from Dandy.
What are the upgrades of this 2 attack and Ultra is? 1.
One
Okay,
attack.
that's a big difference. That's a 2-shot tank kill difference versus a 3-shot tank kill.
So that +2 is very significant for TBT
Yep.
then. Okay. Does 1 armor from the opponent negate it?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. Well, Ultra is securing that 6 o'clock. Meanwhile, Dandy, with some pressure of his own, moving in towards that mineral only, does clear a few tanks so far from Ultra. But Ultra coming in with some additional vultures, looking to get some spider mine hits, and does actually. Wow, good trade there for Ultra. That is not easy to do with vultures against siege tanks. Looks like Dandy does successfully clear that last tank though. This will kind of give him a beeline to that 6 o'clock position. I believe Ultra has some vultures at 6 o'clock, but oh, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. More reinforcements incoming for Ultra. But yeah, this is going to be a tough hold. Ooh. Last vultures going down. Siege tanks being surrounded by spider mines here. Ooh, big detonation! And Ultra comes out the victor there. But he was trading tanks for vultures, so in general, better for Dandy, I'd say.
Yeah, but now Ultra will establish that 6 o'clock position, and that extra gas is going to be really helpful.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's going to be very, very helpful here. He's kind of been on 2 gas this entire game until now. Dandy, though, man, his macro is not slipping, is it? He's actually secured himself a 5th base top left and looks to be securing the top side of the map, moving units over to protect that so far and maybe even hinder Ultra's 9 o'clock expansion, which will be going down here in a second. But yeah, the lines are starting to get drawn in the middle of the map here for this TBT. And yeah, it's gonna be a while. This is gonna be a big one.
Battlecruiser operational?
Yes, I hope so, man. I really do. No physics lab yet for either player, but could be on the way shortly.
Bueno, acá vemos este partido en donde ya se está empezando a dividir el mapa y a menos que se haga un drop o algo demasiado significativo que haga movilizar al otro ejército, vemos como supplies bastante homogéneos entre los dos jugadores y nada que haga pensar que este partido no vaya a irse a la distancia y durar unos 40 minutos, ¿no? Ahora parece que el juego aéreo, combinar tanques con raids o battle cruiser va a ser la opción de estos jugadores para lograr ganar ventajas posicionales en el mapa. Pero ya vemos que los dos ya tienen gas suficiente como para hacer un army que va a ser muy difícil de tener.
And we see Dandy hitting his first max of the game. Wraiths are online, out taking off these siege tanks of Ultra towards the right side of the map. You know, this is a common tactic I see a lot of Terrans do when they start getting this gas advantage, like Dandy has. You know, he can essentially kind of trade these for a while. Meanwhile, Ultra is still just trying to max out on, you know, standard Vulture siege tank. So Dandy's advantage starting to show itself a little bit. Ooh, unfortunate misrally there from Ultra. He will lose some tank Vulture for free. And Dandy, you know, slowly but surely creeping further and further ahead here.
Well, in this stage of the game, you need to, whenever you lay down the mines, you need to like kill all your vultures in order to use that supply in more good units like tanks or raids or battle cruisers. Because vultures, vultures are useless in this stage of the game. They are like popcorn.
Yeah, they just explode.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Okay.
So now you need to start building. You have to start building turrets, like Dandy's doing on the upper side there, exactly. Okay. And you have to build turrets on the bottom right position as well. Because if you put tanks on the bottom right, you will earn 2 expansions for free. And that will mean, yes, 20 more minute game long.
I see. Yeah, I mean, it really starts coming down to efficiency of resources, right? Like, the more bases Dandy can cut off from Ultra here, the more resources he's going to have available, you know, and that buys you time.
Yeah, you need to trade units. You don't have to throw units like any other matchup. You just have to trade units for magic, meaning Yamato gun.
Yep, Yamato gun. It's almost like broodlinging in Zerg vs. Terran. It's great.
So
it's
you don't waste money.
Yep, it's the most efficient you can possibly be with your units. It's so good.
Entonces, en esta situación es imperativo de que Dandy ponga torretas, digamos, haciendo un arco para evitar cualquier tipo de drop y que controle la esquina inferior derecha, porque si Ultra llega a poner 6 tanques en la rampa o 7 tanques en la rampa y empieza a poner torretas, va a poder establecer 2 expansiones más con gas y eso va a significar, sí, ustedes lo saben bien, 20 minutos más de partida. Entonces, una vez que haya logrado establecer esas posiciones, lo normal o recomendable es empezar a tradear, a intercambiar el supply que tengan. O sea, los vultures que tienen los tendrían que tirar porque son pochoclo, los ven y explotan. Entonces ese supply que están usando con los vultures lo pueden sacar y transformarlos en battle cruiser. Y más importante aún es que poner suficientes tanques en cada posición y después no tirarle las unidades encima, sino que usar tus hechizos de Terra, usar tu Yamato Gun para poder tener trades o intercambios más inteligentes de ejércitos.
Big move out here coming from Ultra. A lot of siege tanks and vultures at the bottom middle of the map. But Dandy just has too many tanks. Perfect repositioning. There's no break in this wall. And I mean, we see, honestly, if you look at Dandy's resources, he was at 9k, 3k there for a second, obviously before that timer. It's so tough for a player like Ultra to come back from such a resource deficit. He's gonna need to secure bottom right, and he needs to secure it now. Meanwhile, Dandy's thinking battle cruiser. He can continue doing this Wraith production. Oh man, this is actually he's getting a lot of damage done with this group of Wraiths here. So very well played here from Dandy.
Yeah, he needs to secure the bottom right position as soon as possible because if he doesn't defend it, he will lose the game. But not lose the game, but he will have serious headaches.
He definitely will. I mean, he'll lose the game, I think. I think that was a fair comment for sure. If you don't have these 2 more gas bases, like your chances of getting back in this one just start getting less and less. Man, yeah, Dandy's all over it too. Look at this tank reinforcement. I mean, he's got turrets all up in the top side of the map too. He's just got this on lock right now. This is very well played.
Yeah, now he complete the lockdown, so I think this is GG. Unless he can sneak in like 5 dropships on the bottom right position and buy another like 20 minutes more, I think it would be. It's fair to say that he won't be able to push out.
Yeah, we don't even. I mean, I was thinking the same thing you're thinking. I think dropships are great when you're kind of starting to get behind. You need to trade things like vultures and SCVs to get bases, but yeah, we don't see any dropships for Ultra. He's just content with doing this straight up. So here we go, big SCV pull. I kind of think this is his last effort at really securing bottom right here. Oh, moving into the center even.
Not smart.
Yeah, I think he should start seeing the tank count here. It's just too much for Dandy. His tanks are getting such good trades. And GG.
Bueno, vemos que Ultra no pudo manejar, no pudo tratar de salir y ganar la posición de las expansiones de abajo a la derecha y bueno, ya fue inútil. Tal vez si lograba meter algunos dropships ahí podía llegar a volver al partido, pero ya el control de Dandy le hizo el operativo cerrojo y ya no pudo salir.
Yeah, GG was called. Dandy goes up 2-1. Very good game once again by both these players. Expect nothing less. But Dandy, you know, really doing a great job of sniffing out early vulnerabilities from Ultra. You know, something that doesn't even seem like it would be a mistake to, you know, most of the folks here playing. But not having that wall and that early vulture harass kind of put him at a deficit. And Dandy, you know, he's the kind of player, he's going to, you know, force as many mistakes as possible. So, you know, it was really, really nice to see that type of play from Dandy. And yeah, we'll have to see what Ultra can do to bring the series back. Game 4 is going to be on Wavelet, a newer map to the map pool. Honestly, a map that I feel like has quite a large entrance leading into the natural. In fact, I kind of know it does. I see it a lot in the Protoss matchups as well, but definitely a favorable map for vulture harass, I'd say. So, you know, we'll have to see if Dandy keeps up with the standard, you know, TVT style, whereas like Ultra is really the player we've kind of seen deviate here more often.
Yeah, I don't think that I've ever seen a TVT on this map.
Yeah, I definitely have not. Alrighty, and spawning at the top left side of the map as the white Terran, we have Soul T Ultra. And spawning at the bottom left side of Wavelet as the purple Terran, we have Soul T Dandy.
Entonces arriba a la izquierda tenemos al Terran de color, se podría decir que blanco, tenemos al chileno, nuestro amigo Soul T Ultra. Y en la esquina inferior izquierda tenemos al Terran de color violeta, tenemos al peruano, al rey, a Soul T Dandy. Así que bueno, esto va a ser un matchup interesante, una partida interesante. Vamos a ver qué nos proponen los jugadores. Este es un mapa que yo personalmente no he visto Terran jugar, así que no sé qué tipo de estrategia se puede usar. Yo calculo que cuando uno no sabe qué hacer, juega estándar. Pero vamos a ver qué nos proponen estos jugadores.
Yeah, this is Wavelet, like I was kind of mentioning before. I think the significant part about this map is really going to be the large entrance leading into the natural. I think that kind of I don't know, it makes me feel like you would encourage a lot of early pressure with vultures on a map like this. But they're also spawning, you know, vertical positions. There's a significantly less travel time from base to base this game than what we saw last game. So that might play a factor here on how aggressive these two want to get with each other early on. In fact, you know, that 5-fact vulture we've been talking about seems pretty ideal given their positions. I don't know what other build you would want to even try to do. I would definitely not expect 2-port rate this game. Even an early tank seems a little, you know, uncalled for given the situation. So, and we've kind of seen time and time again, that's what Dandy's comfortable with TVT. So I kind of maybe feel like you know, these positions on this map might favor him a little bit. Ooh. And both scouting SCVs being chased out at the exact same time. This is a complete mirror so far of each other's builds. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Two Marines out for both players. Looking to kind of just secure that natural here fairly quickly. I'm sure we'll see a command center follow up for each of these players here shortly.
Vemos un juego bastante estándar, vemos que los dos no están haciendo nada por fuera de lo común, lo que sí Ultra tuvo un CC un poco más rápido que Dandy, pero sacando eso podemos esperar por ahora un juego hasta de Vultures por parte de ambos jugadores.
A little bit of pressure here coming out from Dandy. We see two Marines and a Vulture walking across the map. This seems to be a pretty common pressure tactic in this matchup. For whatever reason, just two Vultures and a Marine. Dandy actually getting there right away, getting the first shot off, and does grab the Vulture, but took the worst of the trade. Both those Marines end up being a little weak, but they will be able to chase off that barracks of Dandy's quicker now. So Ultra doing a great job there, just choosing to sit back and be defensive. Two factories in each player's main. Definitely a mimic of what we saw game one.
No add-on.
Yeah, no add-on yet. I think they both started adding it about when the third factory was made. So we'll probably be down there shortly. Ooh, here we go. Dandy defending this early pressure. Both those Vultures so weak, and the Marine. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Great control here from Dandy. Will end up coming out ahead. Oh, but there's another Vulture. Never mind.
You lost it.
I jinxed it. I jinxed it for sure.
Yeah. Damn you, machine.
Dang me. Well. We have barracks landed at the natural for Dandy. It's going to produce some Marines. Just get a little annoying here. Block off Ultra from being able to move out with his Vultures. Yeah, that's so funny to see that in this matchup, but I love it.
You will get sued by the Terran Syndicate.
Yeah. I believe it.
Entonces un match bastante parecido, digamos, ninguno de los dos players fue por addon, lo cual lo que a mí me sugiere es que van a ir a Goliath. En la parte de Dandy va a ir a drop un Starport, es un build order que Dandy suele hacer. Esto no es algo tan común, pero es un build order que pueden tener bastante harass. Lo que hacen es negar el scouting, rompen la barra, cosa que la otra persona no va a tener la posibilidad de sacar la factory tan rápido. Y si contienen el drop, capaz todo va a depender de qué tan buenos sean con el multitask y con la posibilidad de dropear a la otra persona y el daño que hagan.
Well, both players chasing off each other's barracks here. We're seeing pretty much a mimic of Goliath production versus Goliath production. We might have a starport for Dandy at the bottom right side of this map, and I think, yeah, we're seeing an add-on as well. That should pretty much indicate Dandy's expecting to do some type of drop play or drop harass here early on, which we have not seen from Dandy yet. So I like this. I really like that he's switching up the play. You know, maybe doing something that you know, feels unstandard to catch you know, Ultra off guard. And we, you know, like I was talking about before, this was the game I thought we were going to see a lot of Ultra harass, and we're seeing almost none. So just kind of goes to show like how deep this matchup really is.
Well, you have a lot of possibilities, of course.
Yeah, yeah, of course, of course. Unlike most RTSs, though. Yeah, StarCraft is definitely unique in that way.
Vemos un drop de parte de Dandy. Oh, fue escaneado. Qué mala suerte que tiene nuestro amigo. Así que parece que Ultra está en conocimiento de esto y va a poder defenderlo sin ningún tipo de problema.
Somehow Ultra sniffed this out.
Yeah, the scan. No, he saw it with the scan.
Oh, I didn't even notice. Wow,
Yeah.
okay.
I called it in Spanish, sorry.
No, no worries. I didn't even see the scan, but man, he absolutely knew this was coming. Somehow, Dandy is still finding damage, though. I was not expecting this to do that much damage. Good pickup. Dropship is down to one shot, but Goliaths are all still alive, and they are just killing off these SCVs. Wow, incredible, incredible play here from Dandy. Finding damage from, I thought, a lost position. Ooh, even targeting down the last SCV. I love that finesse. Man. Dandy is a nasty, nasty Terran player.
Entonces Ultra necesita tal vez salir a pushear y a atacar, mientras que Dandy necesita rápidamente establecer una posición para ganar ese déficit, digamos, que tiene el hecho de hacer Starport. Siempre que hacer Starport va a tener un déficit de unidades, pero lo van a ganar por el hecho de el daño que hagan matando DCs. Así que Ultra...
Oh my god, those shots from Dandy were just perfect. Center mass for those tanks and Goliaths each time. Dandy's already taking yet another commanding lead here against Ultra. I'm not sure what prompted Ultra to move in there. He did have more units, but man,
well,
siege tanks are tough.
I was saying in Spanish that whenever the other player build an starport, you need to move out as soon as you can, because if you don't, you will lose a very good window to establish yourself in the make a contain. You will have more units than your opponent, so you don't have to wait until your opponent sieges up, because you will lose an advantage, because he has the mobility to harass you, and if you let him siege up, he will be able to contain your advantage of ground army. So
got it. I mean, that makes sense.
He tried to move out, but it was too late because Dandy already was siege up and waiting. So he lost that window.
Seeing another drop here from Dandy. A single Goliath to defend the natural from Ultra. It's just too thin once again. I don't know if this is... Yeah, it's going to be Vultures, and why not? He's going to trade some Vultures here for some SCVs. Force yet more and more units to be pulled. Actually, SCVs aren't even being pulled. Ultra seems content with leaving them there. Oh my gosh, and a fourth Vulture to delay the third. This is... I mean, this is it, folks. This is like 200 IQ play here. Jeez. I don't know what else you'd want to watch, but man, this is fucking phenomenal play here from Dandy. To know to keep that Vulture in the dropship and move it to the third and have scanned the third and know the timing of it, that's just nuts. Yeah, basically, Dandy has map hacks in his brain. Wow.
Whoa.
You heard it here, folks. I'll make a TL thread about it later. Man, that's nuts. That was really incredible play there. I don't see any turrets on mid left though. I'm a little worried for Dandy. I feel like if Ultra had the possibility for drop here, you know, there's a lot of potential places to harass, but we're just not seeing that from Ultra this game specifically. Still only a 10, 15 supply lead, something like that now for Dandy. I thought it was going to be more given everything we've seen go on here. Ooh, another good pickup, grabbing a couple Goliaths here top right. And Dandy once again is just, I mean, he's just picking Ultra apart a little bit. He's slowly getting small advantages all around the map.
Parece que Dandy tiene ya el partido muy dominado, está empezando a contener a Ultra, los drops fueron extremadamente efectivos, se pudo anticipar a todos los movimientos de su par chileno, así que, no sé, Ultra parece que va a tener que empezar a dividir el mapa, a tratar de bueno, controlar nuevas expansiones con gas, porque si se queda más tiempo, cada momento que pase es un clavo más al ataúd.
It looks like Dandy's going to extend that wall in the center of the map. With Wavelet, remember, we have this low ground center strip that leads from the middle. Ooh, and actually Ultra finding a beautiful hole here. But Dandy, his rally ends up cleaning that up. Little unfortunate. I think if he moved a little quicker into mid-left, he might have got some good Vulture harass off there. But, you know, so tough to know these things when we have map hacks, literally. So, yeah, these Vultures getting cleaned up here. You know, Ultra also just kind of taxing Dandy's multitasking here, making sure he catches these little Vulture timings running around the map. Ultra somehow still, I mean, only down less than 20 supply. That's kind of phenomenal given everything we've seen. So, I mean, not missing a beat, hitting all of his depot timings, keeping up that SCV production. That's kind of where Ultra strives in my mind. So if anyone's capable of pulling a game back, you know, from a deficit, it's definitely him.
Partido bastante parejo en cuestiones de supply, pero el contain de Dandy es muy fuerte. Entonces, a menos que Ultra pueda de alguna manera asegurar otra main y ganar más expansiones, esto no tiene un buen panorama para nuestro amigo chileno.
Another wave of production moving forward here for Dandy. Starting to put turrets up on that mid-left side of the map. You know, Ultra's got to start making moves here. He's got to start getting a fourth established. You know, obviously the obvious solution is start taking the right side of the map, but it's easier said than done. Dandy has good mind spread through that center portion of the map, you know, also on the top side. So it's going to force Ultra to pull some units, which is a little scary given how many units Dandy has knocking at his door. But really, you know, if Ultra's going to stay in this one, he's got to take that next step here soon. Two drop ships for Ultra. 3, actually. I like this. You know, sometimes you got to take a little bit of a risk here. It's a little unfortunate that finally we have turrets established from Dandy at the mid-left, but there's still plenty of openings and holes you know, towards the right side of the map that can be exploited here. And dropships moving in. Ooh, I don't know what that was going to do.
Yeah.
Oof, little unfortunate there. He's trying to get some good splash damage on those siege tanks, but... Oh!
Yeah, use SCVs, not vultures. like consola.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
There,
it's
SCVs.
okay.
Acá vemos que Ultra está tratando de dropear SCVs entre los bultos, entre los tanques para hacer el splash damage, pero bueno, un par de 2 Goliath y esto es totalmente imposible hacer.
Wow.
Pero bueno, mucho daño, se están metiendo muchos tanques y lamentablemente todavía el amigo...
It's actually really good. Wow.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
But
like
you need,
really
like,
kicked ass.
you need like three Goliaths.
Okay. Holy shit. I feel like I haven't seen that in a while. And catches the unsiege, but ooh, big move in from Ultra. I don't know. That's still so many tanks. Yeah, we see the supply just rapidly dropping here for Ultra. I mean, he had to take a risk. He had to break out somehow. But that was not the play. I feel like he should have just like kept loading up SCVs and doing that. Man, he was really chunking a lot of those siege tanks. You know, man, that was pretty impressive. I think he should just move some of these tanks over to the right side of the map and try to secure top right. It might kind of be the best play instead of running straight into all these siege tanks like this. We have some Wraiths moving in for Dandy. Probably looking to get some map control back here. Maybe a little bit of harass on this fourth base of Ultra. Yep, looks like they're starting to pick off some of those SCVs right away. Good targeting here from Dandy. Ultra's tanks and a single Goliath pushing up this ramp, but Dandy doing a great job just delaying with his own vultures, giving these Wraiths more and more time to do damage. And we see a cloak go out from Dandy, and he moves away with the Wraiths.
Muchas unidades, parece que esos drops de Ultra realmente pagaron, o sea, se pagaron solos y está logrando establecer otra expansión con gas. Dandy se está equivocando en su push, no está logrando contener al Terran chileno y parece que Nelson tiene un poquito de esperanza en sus ojos. ¿Será esto suficiente para parar a la bestia peruana? XD.
XD going down here from Ultra.
XD is XD.
XD? Okay.
XD.
XD.
Exacto.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Yeah, you never like seeing that. Ultra obviously in a pretty tough spot here. I'm also starting to see why you called out Dandy's Wraith control. Man, he's been on point with the cloak timings, the targeting. I mean, really the Wraiths are the big advantage at this point in this game. Yep, Wraiths cleaning up these 3 tanks at the bottom right, and GG is called. XD.
XD.
Man, what a game once again from Dandy. What a monster. I mean, he's just getting these little advantages. He's shown, obviously, he's so well-rounded TVT. He's just was all over the scout timings. He's had the consistently faster third. I mean, great control, and he's always the first to set up his line, it feels like, which is a big thing in TVT. So really hats off to seeing Dandy play this so far. He's been phenomenal.
So, great series, pretty much.
Yeah, definitely has been.
Ox. We can see the chat, Ox.
I'll be right back. 1 minute.
Okay. Entonces se viene la próxima partida en Neo Sylphid. Por ahora, grandes partidos. Ok. En la... can we change colors, please? Are there any color? There. Good, thank you. En las 12 en punto en la base superior está nuestro Terran de color rojo, está Dandy. Y en la esquina inferior derecha de color azul está el Terran chileno, está Nelson, está Ultra.
And spawning at the bottom right of Sylphid, as the blue Terran, we have Soul T Ultra. And leading this series 3-1, spawning as the red Terran at the 12 o'clock position, we have Soul T Dandy. So I remember, Pato, at our conversation at the beginning of this series, you said any map with a ramp kind of lends itself to playing a pretty safe, pretty standard opener. It prevents a lot of the more gimmicky builds in the matchup, like 8 racks and proxy facts and things like that. Do you think there's a good chance we see like something like a proxy factory or two racks here on Sylphid?
Oh, this is a map where you can pull very aggressive stuff like two port rates with no CC, 2 factory timings and things like that, because you have no ramp. Bases are very close, so yeah, you can definitely do that, and it will be effective.
Okay. We're seeing same openers so far from both players. No big deviation. I'm not seeing like a couple barracks obviously in the center of the map by this point, so seeming to be rather standard from both players as far as the openings so far. We could still see something like a 2-port Wraith or 2-fact, but yeah, I'm just kind of interested to see if either player wants to switch it up here in Game 5.
Vamos a ver, este es un mapa que vamos a poder esperar, creo que V-Lords un poco más agresivos, como por ejemplo, no sé, no sacar un C6, sacar doble Star por una base o sacar doble Factory. Este es un mapa que se presta más a jugar un poco más agresivo y también se presta bastante a juegos de Brights, ¿no? Ya que al no poder construirse en el medio, uno puede bueno, salir con esas cosas.
A little bit of scouting for Dandy here inside the main. The SCV will be pushed out, but not before it sees that factory, and only one SCV on gas. Pretty standard stuff. Ultra getting a second scout, not ideal here. Might not even be able to really push past those 2 Marines, I'd guess. So he's going to be playing a bit more blind here from Dandy. And that's not... never mind. I jinxed it. Why? Why did that SCV get in? Oh my gosh. But Ultra will get a full scout, so hats off to him. I can't believe that. It's so funny. But standard build from both these guys so far.
God.
Man, I really have some kind of curse or something. I don't know.
You will receive a letter.
Seriously. I don't know why, man. Every time I say something, it's like, nope, actually, the SCV is going to go way around that and get a full scout off. A little bit of pressure, once again, from Dandy here, but I think scouting the 3 Marines, you just back off. Oh, actually, maybe you can't even back off. Dandy getting on top of those very quickly, and this looks a little scary for Dandy early on.
Por ahora vemos V-Lords bastante parecidos a los dos. Si bien es un mapa que se prestaba para hacer cosas más agresivas, lo podemos ver plasmado en los push de Vulture con Marine. También es un mapa, bueno, como dije anteriormente, que uno puede sacar Brights, pero bueno, vamos a ver si pueden sacarse diferencias ahora con esta presión.
Ooh, Dandy actually keeping up that Vulture production though. That's a lot of ultras to push into for Ultra. I think, you know, Ultra is able to establish this forward control, but it does not look like he's gonna really be able to push in here soon, unless he walls off with that barracks. Maybe he wants to do something a little funny here. Yep, looks like Ultra is moving in, doing a bit of pressure, targeting down the first vulture, second to fall. But I believe Dandy has enough to hold this.
Yeah, the repair is inbound.
Ooh, Marine being built as well, though.
Yeah,
That's very, very nice.
Yeah, but repair timing just better.
Yeah, it definitely is just better. Man, that's a pretty sizable lead here for Dandy early on. It's going to be difficult to defend all of these SCVs from 3 vultures moving across the map here. Looks like he does have a vulture of his own and a couple Goliaths, so we might be okay. But actually, Dandy's still diving in, targeting down SCV after SCV here. 3, 4. Ooh. Significant damage, I'd say, for Dandy here early on. Really just doing what he can to slow down Ultra's econ. We have gas for Dandy, but no, or second gas rather for Dandy, but no gas for Ultra quite yet. Kind of seems to be the most significant, you know, change between these two.
Un mapa de un Bill Order de full Goliath no es lo más recomendable, pero bueno, capaz tengan una pequeña ventaja ultra si Dandy no llega a, bueno, a sacar un búnker o a tener un tanque con silla a tiempo. Sin ningún add-on, esto parece casi un 2 contra 2.
Seeing Ultra push in a little bit with his Goliath Vulture force at the moment. Dandy has a faster third command center going down inside the main though. Ooh, Dandy actually even scouting the Goliath timing and then opting to back. But it looks like Ultra could have a little window here if he grouped all of his units and waited for his next rally. You know, this looks a little scary for Dandy to defend with no tanks. As I say, that one tank does pop out though. So we do have 2 tanks here for Dandy. No siege quite yet. A lot of Goliaths for Ultra. You know, if he moves in before siege, this could get a little questionable.
Oh, siege.
Siege at the very last second here. Ooh, this should be good for Dandy.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think this would be a victory for Dandy.
Yeah, that's a pretty significant disadvantage to be at here early on. When you go for something like that Goliath timing, you're delaying all upgrades. You know, it's very committed.
What?
We got the question mark being thrown out. What?
What? I said what? In the butt. ¿Por qué siege tan rápido? Why you make siege so fast? Despacito. Because I'm playing 3 command centers.
Ooh.
Oh.
That one hurt Ultra.
Yeah.
Didn't think of that. He's
so
telling him he has a third base.
Yeah. So I have a third base, and there's nothing you can do about it. XD.
It really is.
XD. GG.
Ooh.
Oh, what?
Yeah. ...
Punto.
Wow, what did we just see?
Yeah.
Oh
4
man.
to 1.
Ultra clearly not happy with that one.
Yeah.
It was a very committed timing, right? 4 factory pure Goliath. He had to hit before siege. It was very, very committed there from Ultra, but you know, Dandy just had the better build order. Having siege for a timing like that is so key. You know, Ultra, and I was saying it before. I feel like if Ultra moved in 20 seconds before, he might have had it. He might have honestly had it there.
So are they coming? I feel that dot maybe it's rage.
I think he's
Lol.
going to. I think he's going to show up and play the last game.
Lol,
Sure.
lol, lol.
Or, he's got a couple more games, I guess.
I said what? I said what? You wanna do it? I love South Park.
I know, me too. I was actually watching an episode earlier today. I just keep revisiting the South Park Q vaccination special stuff. I love it. Cartman doesn't want to get vaccinated. He's the only one in town. They had to hire a pig wrangler to try to grab him. In the end, his mom saves him. He's like, "No, I'm a good mom. You don't have to get vaccinated."
Hay delay en el stream, muchachos. Antes de que preguntes. Hay delay en el stream y Dandy, obviamente. Me parece que no hace falta no hace falta decir de que ya todos sabemos de que Dandy no hace trampa, ¿no? Me parece que no hace falta aclarar ni que Ultra tampoco hace trampa. Así que me parece que cualquier tipo de imaginario por ese lado, nada, me parece que no tiene sentido. Más en un matchup donde, no sé, no es que se están jugando $1 o $2 más. Es un matchup, digamos, en el cual los dos van a llevar lo mismo, ganen o pierdan y queda exactamente lo mismo. Así que el punto es mostrar buenos partidos. Así que nada, vamos a esperar que ahora ingresen los dos y se siga jugando todo normal. They are asking you, Machine, to say Vaya partidón.
Vaya partidón?
Yeah, something like that. Vaya, like B. Vaya.
Vaya. Vaya partidón.
Exactly.
What is
very good Spanish.
Vasha? I have good pronunciation, but I have terrible Spanish.
No, that's good. It's good. It's oh boy, what a game.
Oh boy, what a game. Okay.
Yeah.
Vaya partidón.
Yeah. Vaya is like oh boy, and partidón is like a great game.
Okay. My fiance is from Guanajuato, Mexico.
Guanajuato, really?
So yes. So I hear enough Spanish around that I pick up little things here and there, and I'm actually embarrassed to admit that and say I don't know Spanish, but I'm slowly trying to learn.
Cierto que los mexicanos dicen vaya. No, acá se dice vaya. Acá en Latinoamérica, en Argentina decimos vaya, ¿qué va a decir? Vaya. El pisco es peruano. No lo puedo hacer mentir. Perdón.
It's actually I go visit my fiance's family, and you know I do little things. I help my my mother-in-law cook and clean and things, and every time I go over, I'm like, como se dice, and then I'll point at a knife, and you know, she's like cuchillo. You know, little things. We watch De La Rosa. I try to. I've got them fooled. That's for sure.
So, en la esquina inferior derecha tenemos a nuestro Terran de color negro, tenemos a Salty Dandy. Mientras que en la esquina inferior izquierda tenemos a el Terran de color blanco-rosa, no se sabe muy bien. Tenemos a nuestro guatoncito, tenemos a Ultra.
And spawning at the bottom right as the Black Terran, we have Salty Dandy. Meanwhile, spawning at the bottom left as the Pink Terran, we have Salty Ultra. And as Ox, you've been pointing out oh so quickly, we already see some shenanigans. Dandy maybe knowing he's maybe in his opponent's head here a little bit, opting for some 8-rack shenanigans. I love it.
So 8 racks. This is not a common option on this map, but maybe it could be efficient because some players tend to go 15cc since you cannot make center racks.
Okay, okay. So that's honestly what Dandy's hoping for here. He hopes Ultra goes for something like a 15 command center. Okay. Looks like that 8 racks will get scouted here first, actually, by Ultra, so completely not ideal. You know, Dandy probably, it's, you know, almost fairly certain he's going to take a deficit here early on. You just make like an extra Marine, right, and sit on your ramp, your gases a little later. Oh, wait. This was exactly what he was hoping for. Never mind, yeah. I am an idiot. Whoa.
Okay.
Dandy. What a good read from Dandy.
Well, it's a good hope. The map was... But will he be able to put a bunker? Because if he does... he needs to micro his SCVs as soon as possible.
Yeah, it does not look like the bunker is going to get down. That Marine is so low for Ultra. It's basically not even worth the supply at this point. And yeah, Marine's coming in from Dandy. He has such good control. Perfect Marine control. Oh my gosh. That's game. I mean, how do you defend that?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. Plus, there's a factory on the way, so even though he defends this, he doesn't have any gas. Gosuji.
Gosuji. It's called very quick game 6 there. Dandy ends up taking it. Man, what a read, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the barracks goes down before the command center, right? Like he had that planned, and he really felt that Ultra was going to go strongly for something like such a fast command center, which we haven't even seen from Ultra in any games so far. So man, Dandy just having him read like a book, very well played there.
So, this is the 7th game or the 6th game?
This is the 7th game coming up.
The last game. Will Ultra complete the series? Fighting Spirit, yes, he will.
Yeah, Fighting Spirit, I mean, great map for TBT. You know, I mean, Dandy definitely coming out as the stronger player today. It's really kind of on Ultra to, you know, take this last game and maybe pull it into a closer series at this point.
Entonces, en la esquina superior derecha tenemos a el Terran de color verde, tenemos a Salty Ultra. Mientras que en la esquina inferior derecha tenemos a nuestro Terran peruano que va ganando ya por 5-1 a Dandy.
And spawning at the top right of Fighting Spirit as the green Terran, once again we have Salty Ultra. And spawning just below him, as the light blue Terran, we have Soul T Dandy. Dandy definitely having a strong showing today. I feel like he's decisively won a lot of these games here, quite early on. Then obviously, TVT, it kind of trickles from there, so it can be sometimes difficult to close out a game. But he's very keen to finding openings in Ultra's play, whether it's a missed wall, whether obviously like last game, it's just straight up a build order advantage early on. He knows how to take advantage of where he's at. So it'll be kind of interesting to see what these players open with so far. It seems to be identical start from each. That early barracks going down in the main for both players. But yeah, this could be a fun one.
Vamos a ver qué Bilorda eligen hacer este último match, pero yo sospecho fuertemente que van a hacer doble Starport Raids o doble Factory. Porque ya acaban de jugar 6 Terran contra Terran y los dos se quieren tirar de un precipicio. Así que no me sorprendería ver un juego rápido.
Yeah, both gases going down for both players. We're going to see the first scout going out for Dandy. Ultra's kind of set up to get the last scout, unless he ends up going for like an end scout with the SCV after scouting top left main. But either way, small advantage to Dandy here early on in Game 7. Factory now going down for both these players. You see that SCV of Dandy being chased around. It actually sees that there's additional SCVs on gas. I think he saw that. So Ultra might be trying to get up to no good here. We'll have to see. Second factory even going down in the main for Dandy, so he has some shenanigans himself planned. There should be some type of early vulture pressure, I'd guess. Meanwhile, Ultra really just, so far we just see the single factory, but we see more SCVs on gas. That leads me to believe this could be a 2-port follow-up from Ultra. But we're not seeing starports going down, I don't think. Oh, it's in the center of the map and at the bottom of the map. Okay, so it is a 2-port. Wow. Is this going to get scouted right away from a vulture? Never mind, the vulture ends up going back. Huh. I thought he was going to scout that starport right away. Looks like we got 2-port.
Yeah, I was saying in Spanish that I was really expecting a 2-port or 2-factory game here after 6 TVTs in a row.
Yeah. It's exhausting. It really is. So why not take a risk early?
But the question is, who will win?
If you're Ultra, you gotta kind of wall your ramp and repair the vultures, right?
Yeah.
So we do see SCVs being pulled. Oh, repair goes down on that vulture. Oh, keep the SCVs there. You just gotta live. Oh, this could get really bad here for Ultra in a second. We need the SCVs on the ramp repairing and blocking for the vultures. He is fighting into high ground, but definitely a significant vulture advantage here for Dandy. And last SCVs, or vulture will fall here in a second. Now it's just SCVs fighting against vultures. But there are 2 wraiths in the main of Dandy picking away at the mineral line. So significant damage from both.
No clock. But with one Goliath, you defend that. XD.
Ecky's there.
Okay, 6-1.
Oh man. Is that? Oh, those are two Goliaths walking in from
Yeah.
Dandy. Whoa. Alright, you're gonna have to translate that one. I don't know what that is.
Hey, dude, you don't need this. GG.
Hey dude, you don't need this. GG.
Yes. Like, you don't need to stream hack me. GG. That. A little bit of VM to spice.
Yeah, definitely spices the matchup up.
Yeah.
And Dandy taking a very convincing 6-1 there against Ultra.
Yeah, I was expecting a most close series, but Dandy. I didn't expect Dandy to stream hack, so.
Hmm.
Joking.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. For a
Awkward
second there.
silence.
I'm glad you said-
Awkward silence means joke.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
was
not
being
convinced
ironic.
that was stream hacked. Yeah. I mean, that was a good build order for Sylphid. I'll give him that, and he had Siege at the right time. But you know, we all get it, right? We want to play the best we possibly can, and you get some unfortunate situations that come up in games, and just doesn't go your way that day, you know?
Yeah, I think Ultra tends to get angry, but he's a phenomenal player. But yeah, he don't like losing, so I understand. But I still think that he's a very good player and a great inspiring Terran. So
Yeah.
nevertheless, he didn't obtain the result he wanted. I know he's angry because he always wants to win, but well, he's facing arguably the best Terran outside Korea.
Absolutely. You could definitely say Dandy is the best Terran outside Korea.
So apparently Terror U is playing Movistar with Tech at this exact moment. So maybe next match will be a little bit delayed.
Okay, so how are you guys doing today?
Okay.
How's your
Doing good.
lives? How's your family
Life-
doing?
Life's great. Family's alive. Can't complain.
Live.
Yep. Got
Okay.
some fajitas for dinner. So
Fajitas.
yeah, I love me some spicy fajitas. So life's great, man. So you were saying Terror has a match right now and it's gonna be delayed a little bit?
Yeah, he told me he had 2 best of 3s. I'm guessing he finished 1, and
Yeah.
hopefully this is the second best of 3.
Yeah, but on the chat they say me that he's having a really hard time against Tech, so they are expecting to be delayed for a little bit while longer.
Do we know
Okay.
what the score is?
No, because I was casting Ox, please.
Let's imagine it's 1-1 right now, and one more game needs to be played. But I let Chaelyn know that there might be a little delay, and hopefully
It's
won't be too
1-1
long.
last game, best of 3.
Oh, see, imagine, and it will.
What if this is his
What
first best of 3? I think he told me he had 2 of them.
Oh no. Well, then he could delay the other best of 3. You know, like we got 130 people sitting around here. That's gotta count for something.
Yeah, and they are not. Yeah, and they are not for my funny jokes.
Yeah, definitely not for your or my funny jokes. Oh boy. Well, hopefully.
So I actually heard that
everyone
Terra and
enjoyed
Tech have a little rivalry, and not a
Terra
very
and
fun
Tech?
one.
Oh
it.
yeah,
Did not. I had no
Yeah.
idea about that.
yeah.
And it kind of played out during one of our map test tours where they had to play each other, and they just didn't complete the set.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, I think Tech always is very well known in our community for being BM.
You think so?
And yeah, and always giving like very bad comments about other players. So that's pretty much sad. And he's very jealous about them.
You think part of it is trying to understand that kind of behavior? Because it's quite common among gamers in all kinds of games. It's just so frustrating.
Well, you always, yeah. Well, when another player, sorry,
that's okay.
When another player is more, successful, he gets better results. You always say, "Oh, it's because he plays all day, or it's because blah blah blah."
Like you guys are in martial arts, right? I mean, we could use all kinds of examples, but that's a good one because it's fiercely competitive, it's physical, it's mental. How, like, when you lose, and everybody loses at some point, how do you deal with that? I mean, do you know other people who get like BM, or what are your thoughts just about competition and losing, and how can you fight against those kind of feelings and the urge to just lash out?
Well, man, that's such a tough question.
Yeah, in my personal experience, jiu-jitsu destroys your ego, because there's always a bigger fish. There's always someone who is better than you. There's always someone who will beat you. So
do you not get frustrated, Pato, when you lose sometimes? Like, does that feeling?
All the time.
It does, but it doesn't translate into lashing out, right? It's just in your head.
No,
you feel...
I don't lash out. No, I maybe.
It's like a feeling that's inside you, right?
No, I use a tournament. I use tournaments to really adjust my game to see what could be improved, and I keep on going. I know it's to get a black belt, you won't get one less than 7 or 10 years. So that's the average time. So, and I train 6 times a week. And even though I train and compete, you lose because a number of things. I don't care about my opponent. I just care about my opponent. Is a tool that I use to know where I have to improve and what
yourself.
Deficit. Yeah. So it's common. I will lose, but the experience on competing with another people or other people is to really to get to know yourself better, to adjust your game, to see all your flaws and to get better. And the point of all this is getting better, and getting better means losing. But
Pato sounds really mature and zen right now, but I'm sure if we caught him right after he loses, his face is like red and he's just like going off the rails.
No, I get very angry at Brood War, for example. I swear a lot on Brood War, but on fighting I don't. I maybe get sad.
Yeah, because the stakes are so high in Brood War.
Yeah, it means if I get millionaire or not, or if I will bring my imaginary kids a dish of food to the table with Brood War.
Machine, what about you? Like the whole topic of losing and
honestly, I couldn't have said it better than Pato. I love your mindset. It's like, it's jiu-jitsu, really competitive anything is kind of an ego killer if you take it serious enough. But jiu-jitsu taught me that really you shouldn't really be focused on what it is your opponent's doing at the end of the day. Like any and all mistakes, like they start and end with you. You need to, you can't be making excuses, for why you may have lost a match or something didn't go right in a match, whether it's StarCraft or whether it's jiu-jitsu. Like you should be grateful to have strong opponents and better opponents that can teach you more about yourself, where you have weaknesses, where you have issues, and where you can improve. But as far as like raging, I'm not gonna lie. I rage just like everybody else. I get very angry. Sometimes when I
do you
lose
act out on it?
No,
it's just inside you, right? Like it's a feeling.
I think it's a different personality. Some folks internalize things a lot more, and I don't think is hard to tell that I'm definitely one of those people. Like
You don't lash out. You don't take it out on it.
I don't lash out, but I'm like, man, like, that was pretty dumb that I just did that. Like I get like that a lot. Like,
oh, you take it out on yourself.
Yeah, I think it's got to go somewhere. But
Wow.
I try to like. I mean, I don't think that's that crazy. Everyone
It's
thinks
honorable. I mean, I say wow
like,
because
from time to time.
it feels so much better for people to be like, "Fuck that guy, he's so dumb."
I don't. On jiu-jitsu, it's one-on-one. You are in the same conditions as the other one. If you get beaten, I don't personally get angry, like swear or something. I just get disappointed at myself.
Yeah.
But not angry with the other guy. He he did good things. So I made a mistake. So it's more about yourself than the other guy.
All right,
Even
guys.
then,
Terror is finished up with Tech. I don't know what the result is. I'm not trying to give a spoiler to anybody who's following that event, but
I'm watching it live right now, so please don't spoil.
Okay.
Hopefully,
I watch it. Yeah, but I'm seeing like an all-in from Tech, like full 3K Dragoon, no expansion.
Oh wow, yeah. That's over quick.
I guess there's a delay, right?
Yeah, there's a delay. But Terror has a tank and a bunker. Oh no, repair! Oh, there. But only one turret, and DTs may come. So that's...
Definitely something he's got to worry about. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like right click on the turret. Maybe annoying.
Still, I don't think. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think Terra's the kind of player who loses something like that.
Yeah, you can be surprised.
That's true.
Terror, like, is a super cool dude.
Super cool.
I've never caught him.
Oh,
flustered.
The turret, see? Right click. That the typical turret.
It's like a personality thing, like you're saying, Machine. There's some people who don't have that bone in their body, I guess. Other people a little bit more intense.
Micro.
I mean, I've always chalked it up to like, I'm more aware. Like,
oh my god, that micro.
I can't.
Pato's casting another game right now.
Yeah, micro. Oh, DT.
We're not even. It's
no.
silence casting.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Shoot your SCV. Shoot your SCV. Shoot your SCV.
Oh, it's never good when
yeah.
shooting your SCV.
Yeah, he destroyed.
He destroyed the DT by shooting.
Yeah, no GG Terror 1.
He destroyed a DT by shooting his own SCV. Whoa.
Yeah.
What a game, man.
So right now, one of Tech's walls is just totally destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah, because he lashed out.
Chuck Norris fist.
He says, I'm an engineer. What are you?
I've only had good interactions with them, but I'm an organized. I don't play this game. I know it's really frustrating to compete and lose. And by the same token, it feels so gratifying to win, right?
It does. I think that's why we all keep playing this game. The wins feel great, for sure.
Oh, God.
I don't imagine that's why you guys all play this game, because I think what's like your win
we hate ourselves, like...
loss rate? Isn't it like 50-50 or it's not that great?
Yeah, on a good day it's 50-50.
Like I'm not insinuating anything about your skill level. I'm just saying it's such a hard game and there's so many good players now that...
Oh, there's people way better than me, that's for sure. Yeah, not even close. If I was good enough, I wouldn't be casting this, I'd be playing in it.
Well, Terror is qualified, so that's a good thing, because if not, he would have to play the loser bracket and all that.
Good for Terror. I mean,
yeah,
he's
good
had
for us as well.
Yep, good for us as well. Very true. Very true.
So, we are able to move forward.
So Terra against Chaelyn. Pato, I was kind of talking at the beginning of the stream about really how I think they match up, and I think this is, like, I'm not even joking, I think this is actually a dead even series between these two. I really think one way or another it's going to be 4-3. If I had to give an advantage, I'd say slightly Terror, just because of how solid Terror is to begin with. But Chaelyn is not your standard Zerg. She has so many different types of openers. She's a highly aggressive Zerg, and I think that style matches up well with Terror, who has so many different builds and is not afraid to do something like, 8 racks openers or proxy factories or 2-port Wraith. In general, she likes to lean on Terrans a lot, and Terror could get caught out just by build order in some of these games. So it's going to be this is going to be a fun series one way or another.
6-1 Terror.
Whoa, 6-1 Terror. That's a bold claim, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah? 6-1. Wow,
6-1.
You sound very confident about that one. Okay. I'm going to go with what I said so I don't look like an idiot and say 4-3 Terror. Still, though, I mean, she'll do the two hatch lurker timings. I mean, she'll massling you. She's very hyper aggressive, I feel like.
I gotta say how she plays in latency, because Terra is used to that. Some other players are used to it, like Scan, Yapsat by now. But other Koreans, I'm worried when they're playing in laggy conditions, it's almost like unbearable for them. So we'll see. I mean, she's super cool. I don't think she would complain about it, but it'll be a test to see how good she is. Like when we saw Yapsap control Mutas in lag, it was just amazing. And Pato said something like, Zergs can no longer use excuses about lag.
Yeah, they don't. They can't.
I think Chaelyn's definitely one of those people who's pretty sensitive to latency, from the little I know about, watching her stream and such, but you could be right. I think she'll be fine with it. She's a very finesse Zerg. Like, she's definitely going to rely on her control. She's definitely going to rely on, like, that heavy unit pressure, like, low unit count early on, so we'll have to see. Alrighty, we have Terror in the channel. I think we're just waiting on Chaelyn here pretty shortly, and then we'll get moving into Terror vs. Chaelyn game 1 here soon.
Alright guys, she's coming. Terror's here. This should be good.
Yeah, this is gonna be awesome. Do we know? They pick first map, or that's how this normally works. Oh, Chaelyn is in the building.
Did y'all know that she's in Team Soul?
No, I didn't know.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it is.
I didn't know that either. That is cool though. Soul kind of grabs the majority of foreign talent, I'd say, for sure.
Let's ask about the first map. How many people in the chat are Chaelyn fans? How many people in the chat are Terra fans?
Me.
Pato, ask people to type something if they're a Chaelyn fan, and then ask them to type something else if they're a Terra fan.
Si hay fans de Chaelyn en el chat, tipen algo. Pongan Chaelyn, te amo, algo. Y si hay fans de Terror en el chat, tipen Rodrigo, haceme un hijo. O Terror, haceme un hijo, por favor. Da uno, no se amontonen. Esa.
I think, honestly, Polypoid is as good as any to get started on. It's pretty balanced.
Damn you, machine.
Dang it. Too quick. You really like Sylphid, huh?
Yeah.
It's good for mutas.
I love that map. They took it away from me. Damn Blizzard.
Are they gonna refresh the map pool anytime soon?
Man, I have a bad theory about this, but I don't know if we want to get into it.
Maybe later I'll ask you. Because it's about that time, right?
It's been about that time for months now. They let go of the Classic Games team at the beginning of the year. I don't know if you knew that. And I think they're the ones who kind of manage all of this. So, we'll have to see. Alrighty, here we go. Game 1, Terror versus Chaelyn, spawning at the bottom right as the Magenta Terran. We have Terror. And spawning at the bottom left as the Red Zerg in Soul, we have Chaelyn.
Entonces, exponeando en la esquina inferior derecha tenemos al Terran de color rosa, tenemos a Terror U. Y en la esquina inferior izquierda tenemos a la Zerg coreana del clan Soul, a Chaelyn.
Just given their positions early on here, I like this for Chaelyn. She's going to get that first Overlord Scout. You know, it's quite a big advantage, I feel like, to be able to see Command Center timing, Marine move out, Wall, which actually it looks like we're going to see from Terror here. And yeah, meanwhile, we see Terror walling that natural. That is also in itself quite a significant advantage. You don't have to worry about any early pool play. You don't really have to worry about any early Zergling pressure at all once that wall is up and completed. And it kind of hinders, or it lends itself rather, to a lot of pressure from Academy early on. You can skip out on bunker and still hold things like 6-ling pressure timings. You know, so I like where Terror's at here early on.
Este es un mapa que particularmente si exponías en la esquina inferior derecha o en la esquina superior izquierda, como dijo Machine, tenés la posibilidad de cerrar la puerta. ¿no? Y tener una ventaja significativa, ¿no? Porque no tenés que preocuparte por cualquier tipo de agresión temprana y podés ir a Vilordos como +1 de ataque. Pero Terror va a ser 12 Command Center. Ah, bueno. Ah, bueno.
Yeah, CC first here from Terror. That's a really bold, strong play here for Terror.
That's a bold opener. Yep.
I mean, I'd have to say Terror is probably at a slight advantage here just based on this build order. This is very obviously not a quick pool play from Chaelyn, and this is going to be an easy position to wall off for Terror. It's quite difficult to get any damage done here as the Zerg player.
So I would say that Terra has a big lead opening-wise.
Yes, I'd agree. I would definitely agree with you. You know, Chaelyn didn't have to scout, didn't have to drone scout, so just got a little bit of extra mining time there. But anytime Terran gets away with a command center first, they're usually happy. And actually, we even see a Vespian guys, or refinery rather, going down in the main for Terror quite early. That would indicate to me that this is most likely a mech opener against Chaelyn.
So what will be the response for chaining? This is very...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, there's an SCB. Good. So one of the things that Terror can do is to scout the drones in the expansion to know if there is going to be any push. Oh, lurker push. Okay.
I actually don't mind this. You know, given the position and given the situation, Terror is definitely the smart enough and strong enough player that he will most likely try to scan something like this. But you know, you're already down a deficit to command center first. The one advantage you have is your opponent has not scouted you. Why not go for something like a lurker timing against a wall off on Polypoid? So we'll have to see how this works out.
Entonces vimos que Terror tiene una ventaja sustancial, ¿no? Con Bill Order, porque abrió 12 CC con una wall que es Serling Proof y que bueno, y que de alguna manera lo pone en mucha ventaja económica. Pero por otro lado, Chaelyn abrió con Lurker Rush contra un Bill Order de, bueno, que está abriendo con una wall. Así que de alguna manera podemos decir que se la está jugando el todo o nada a esto, ¿no? A poder chisearlo con Lurker. Y por otro lado, si ves a Hydra, justito la escondió.
Wow. Second gas timing from Terror should key off that this is absolutely mech from Terror to Chaelyn. Meanwhile, Chaelyn actually denying another SCV scout. Terror should have no idea really that this is mech at the moment, or that this is lurker rather at the moment. So this is actually looking a little scarier for Terror than I had thought previously.
He should have at least one tank or mines or something. With just Goliath, he will lose.
And we do see the lurkers starting to be morphed here. Probably going to be a round of speedling to follow this up once the wall has been broken. For Terror, we do have an engineering bay completing. I'm not sure if turrets are going up to defend Muta, but it's pretty clear that he's not sure if this is quite lurker yet.
He needs mines or siege mode, because with full Goliath he won't be able to stop it. Entonces vemos que Terror no pudo prever esto, todavía no tiene las minas y los lurkers van a caer. No, pasan los lurkers al lado. Qué mala suerte.
Two lurkers burrowing in. There is a turret down.
Pero esperaba Muta. Terror was expanding Muta, sadly. So this comes with a big surprise, and he won't be able to stop it. So GG, Chaelyn takes game 1. Even though
this is most likely Yeah, probably Chaelyn's game. We see some vultures running into the main. This is kind of annoying. You know, it's gonna deal some significant 8-con damage, but like you're saying, there's nothing to even see the lurkers unless these turrets get up.
Yeah, even though he can see the lurkers, there are no units. He won't have enough units.
Ooh, big connections there from those lurker spines.
He needed a tank.
Oof. Is that just a little greedy of an opener, you think, from Terror?
No, it's not greedy, but he was misinformed.
I mean, I don't know. Not many Zergs open lurker, so it's
Oh, it's an all-in. If it works, if he wins, she wins, and if he doesn't, he lost. So GG.
GG's called. Wow. Chaelyn taking a decisive game 1 with a pretty unique build order there. I kind of call it at the start of the series. She loves her unique openers too. You know, she's definitely the type of player that will throw out something like a 2-hatch lurker play if the timing calls for it. So big game 1 there for Chaelyn.
Excelente partida, buen opener de Terror, pero bueno, desafortunado que no llegó a ver los Lurker, no se los esperaba, se protegió contra Lurker y lamentablemente pagó la consecuencia.
Be interesting to see what map Terror picks here for game 2. That was Polypoid. That's about as standard of a map as you could really ask for in this matchup. That was a little kind of unique, cheeky play from Chaelyn, but ultimately it ended up working out for her. So we'll have to see how game 2 goes here.
Self-it. Self-it. Okay. I like the jungle.
These are two of my favorite maps, you know. They have the potential to turn into fighting spirits and circuit breakers, like maps that have been around for years.
Yeah, they have like such a... Oh, they're just so balanced, you know. Like, I don't think anyone's unhappy to see Sylphid or a Polypoid in a map pool, honestly. It's so good for everything. I will say Sylphid definitely benefits more Mutalisk play, so we'll see if we end up seeing that from Chaelyn here in game 2. And spawning as the Teal Zerg at the 12 o'clock position of Sylphid, we have Soul Z Chaelyn. Meanwhile, spawning towards the bottom left as the Magenta Terran. I don't think we're going to see him switch off that Magenta this whole series. Never. It's Terror.
Y introduciendo a los jugadores en la parte superior del mapa, los dos en punto, tenemos a la SER coreana que se llevó el primer partido con un Lurker Rush. Tenemos a Soul Z Chaelyn. Y en la esquina inferior izquierda tenemos a nuestro Terran rosado. Tenemos a nuestro gran amigo y único Terror. So this is a map where you can close. So he can.
You can close the entrance with like a barracks. Yeah.
Yeah. So he can make it 1-1-1, something like that.
And 1-1-1 is kind of better against defending heavy, like early muta pressure. I'd say, yeah.
Yeah, there are players who struggle a lot against that. I don't know. I don't know Chaelyn enough, but maybe. I know that Terror likes doing that kind of reorders.
Okay. Chaelyn, very, very aggressive. Typically she's not the style of Zerg to grab a very fast third base. You know, she'd rather lean on you with 2 bases and put some pressure on, and then transition slowly into a faster third. She's very much never been the meta Zerg. You know, she kind of does her own thing, but it works very well.
If it ain't broken, why change it?
Exactly. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. But yeah, she's moving out with a standard scout timing. Pulled the drone back. Oh, as soon as she saw with the barracks in the main. You know, so she gets that first Overlord scout timing off. That's pretty critical. It's pretty key here. So good for her early on. And yeah, we're seeing that early gas out of Terror. So this is looking to be 1-1-1 from Terror.
Entonces, como decíamos, el Fast Gas de Terror nos hace pensar que va a ir a 1-1-1, o sea, una Barrack, una Factory y una Starport, que es un build bastante híbrido y que Terror suele hacer bastante, ¿no? Así que vamos a ver cómo se prepara Chaelyn para manejar este tipo de opener de parte de nuestro amigo peruano.
I like that she moved in with the Overlord there and checked how many SCVs were on gas. That's something that you don't see a whole lot from foreign Zergs. That's, you know, very obviously safely getting back up to that pillar to continue vision of that wall of terror. So she's got to start getting a sunken down at the natural here shortly, or she's going to leave herself vulnerable to some early vulture harass. But I'm sure we'll see that go down here momentarily.
Vemos una expansión bastante rápida de parte de Terror, va a ser una Vulture CC. Y vamos a ver si va a evolucionar a Starport o cómo va a ser la transición de esta salida. Parece, todo indica de que Chaelyn en este caso va a ir a Muta. Un Sunken muy bien puesto para evitar cualquier tipo de harass con los Vulture. Vamos a ver si piquea piquea este DC sin problema. Y va a denegar la visión de este Vulture. Mientras probablemente progrese a una salida con mutas.
Yeah, we're seeing the Spire going down at the natural here next to the Sunken to complete that wall off. This is definitely going to be Muta play from Chaelyn at the opener. Meanwhile, from Terror, we're seeing a couple Vultures here moving out, preventing Chaelyn from really scouting or moving out with any kind of Zerglings. Is kind of a typical play for most Terrans early on in this position. Third hatchery also completing that wall off. Chaelyn playing very, very safe here. Does not want to take any unnecessary damage from these early vultures. Meanwhile, Terror building up that SCV count at the natural. Second factory about to complete. We are seeing something spinning at the machine shop. Most likely that's going to be Goliath range to defend these early Mutalisks from Chaelyn. So Terror definitely the type of player who is on top of his build orders. I'm also a little shocked to see 2 mech games in a row from Terror. He's got a wide arsenal. Ooh, good drone pick off there from Terror. But seems to be favoring mech here early on.
Yeah, here you have very good 5 factory timings. Because they are only close positions. And it's very hard to stop. So
that makes sense on this map.
Yeah.
Okay.
Como iba diciendo en inglés, es muy probable que en este mapa haga un timing de 5 factories, ya que la distancia entre las bases son cortas. Y es un timing que es muy difícil de parar. Requiere mucha experiencia y no pifiarle absolutamente en nada mecánicamente hablando.
turrets going down at the natural and main here for Terror. Really just trying to not take any damage here early on. We're not seeing armory spin though from Terror. I think that's a mistake. You know, you definitely be aiming for at least +1 attack or +1 armor here early on from Terran. So it's a little unfortunate given the circumstance at the moment. Chaelyn, yeah, very good defense from Terra. No Muta have died though, I want to point out, and she got a couple SCVs for that. So all in all, I think that was a successful trade there for Chaelyn.
Yeah, Terror should be adding 3 more factories like right now, 7:30, or not, or he will be late for his timing.
Ooh, we're seeing some burrow usage. Good point out of that, Ox. I really like burrow play against mech. It's great defending, you know, delaying third bases, forcing scans, scouting out, you know, move out timings. You can burrow drones to defend against vulture harass. So Chaelyn is definitely up on her strategies at the moment and look to be in quite a successful position so far.
Impresionante el uso de burro de parte de Chaelyn para tener visión del mapa. Así que esto es interesante para ver cuando Terror sale. Parece que va a llegar a hacer un push, pero las mutas pueden ver esto y tratar de, bueno, aletargar un poquito este ataque. Parece que trata de piquear un Goliath. Una muta ya cayó. Un gran saludo para nuestro Observer OxDQ, que muchas no lo saben, pero él es la persona que está detrás de todo esto, observando la partida de una manera cuasi profesional. Así que un saludo para usted y mándele su amor, que lo necesita.
Chaelyn been supply blocked for a good 30 seconds during this timing. This, I mean, Terra really has his timings down here. This is looking a little questionable if she's going to be able to defend, but ooh, actually we see 5 more Muta joining the fray here. This is going to be close, but I think Chaelyn should be able to hold.
Parece que la tercera del Zerg va a estar muy en peligro. Ese Goliath que nos está atacando estaría bueno que ataque. Pero no, la va a defender. He's going to hold. Oh my god.
Wow, yes. Held very well, too. Yeah, that was incredible control.
Talisku. Chaelyn goes to Zerg.
Interesting to note, she opted for +1 attack instead of +1 armor as well. I think that's more old school.
Yep.
Huh.
So now we have a very hard position because I don't know. Terror lost too many Goliaths, so now he will be aiming for a long game, maybe.
Yeah, he kind of has to. I don't know. It didn't seem like the biggest committal of those Goliaths. You know, he is getting starport behind this. He is getting science vessels. It feels like to me this is all going to come down to that first and second science vessel and how well, you know, the irradiates are going to be able to dispel these mutalisks from Chaelyn. Looks like Chaelyn finding the engineering bay, looking to maybe put on a bit of pressure, but actually backs up fairly quickly. She has her third base completed now. Looks to be saturating that. And honestly, against mech, Zerg, you try to get a fourth fairly shortly behind as well. So we might be seeing Chaelyn expand to that mineral only in addition to this 3 o'clock base as well.
So it would be very hard to manage this since Terror doesn't have a third gas. Plus, there are too many mutants. So any switch into Hydras or Queens is very hard to stop.
Very true. She just doesn't have the gas. You know, like you're saying, the additional gas hurts so much as a Terran player. You know, you're so gas starved as it is, making so many Goliaths, getting upgrades, making these science vessels. That trying to keep up with Zerg on 3 gas, and then maybe even an additional mineral only here is just quite the feat. We're at that weird point where Zergs will either you know, continue mass muta production, start adding in Lings, or they'll add in Hydra Queen. We're not seeing any Queens quite yet, but Queen is obviously a great option to seeing this early mech play from a Terran opponent.
Parece ser un juego bastante reñido, ¿no? Donde Terra está apuntando a transicionar a un mid-game, pero Chaelyn ya está teniendo una ventaja económica importante, una cantidad de mutas bastante atemorizante, mientras que Terra va a tener que jugar el juego de la espera, ¿no? En donde va a tener que apostar por los upgrades y por el late game en conseguir una masa de unidades importante. Y aprovechar que si el Zerg hace una mala movida y pierde sus unidades, el contraataque está a 2 pasos de distancia. Así que por ahora no atacaría yo si fuera Terror y trataría de juntar la mayor cantidad de army con 200 de 200, ¿no? Y con los upgrades lo más cercano a 3 posible.
We're seeing some great army movement here from Terror, just slowly positioning his units around, trying to hold this 3rd and 4th. Chaelyn moving in on this mineral only, will get a cancel. But Terror really trying to get on top of this with the vessels and get some irradiates off. Yes, 2 huge irradiates going down, but Chaelyn, excellent control, pulling those off almost immediately. Does not take any major losses so far.
Yeah, those mutas are pretty much damaged. But the Adras are the problem now. He has a lot of fighters. He can lose all the mutas for free and still be able to win this fight. So Terror must pull back and do some tanks, or he will die.
Yeah, this is very significant damage on these muta. You see Chaelyn just constantly trying to move back in, get additional damage, and trying to pull Terror out of position. But yeah.
Necesitamos tanques, amigos, porque si no hay muchísimas hidras. Y el que maten todas las mutas, me parece que las hidras.
D-Matrix going down on a Goliath. Like you're saying, there's no tanks here. That is a lot of Hydralisk. Whoa. Yeah. An overwhelming amount of Hydralisk from Chaelyn.
Yeah, GG. Terror didn't have to move out. That was a bad call.
Yeah, it seemed like it seemed like he should have definitely been adding tanks a little earlier once he recognized the Hydra move out, but I don't know, maybe he just got a little too confident. Does have a 3rd base up, but this is just too many Hydralisks from Chaelyn. Moving down into the 3rd, doing some incredible damage, and should be able to kill that command center off momentarily.
Yeah, the 3rd is going to die. GG to 0 for Chaelyn. GG 2-0. Lamentablemente Terror salió muy abruptamente y tuvo que haber apostado más a un late. We have over 231 viewers. Whoa.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, welcome to the stream, folks. You picked one hell of a series to watch. We have Chaelyn up 2-0 so far against Terror in this best of 7 series. All 7 maps will be played. Yeah, I expected the series to be pretty close, like I said, but little shocked to see Chaelyn pulling ahead here early. You know, she's quite an incredible player, but she just seems to, I don't know, the game 1 was just a little odd, right? Like, Hugh Hatch Lurker versus Mech. I mean, that can happen to anybody, but game 2 was a pretty decisive hold versus that two base mech timing from Terror into like a Muta Hydra timing. So either way, I'm very shocked and intrigued by Chaelyn's play here early on.
Machine, what map do you want?
Let's go with Wavelet. Let's see Wavelet next.
No problem.
Yeah,
I always
Wavelet
got
will
your
be
back.
good.
Wink.
Thank you,
wink.
buddy. Thank you. You always got my back, Pato. Even in jiu-jitsu. Oh boy. Wavelet, I think this is going to be a little more open. It's also another map where every base has a gas, so if Terror's favoring this mech play right now, this is not a bad map for mech, I'd say, in general. So it'll be kind of interesting to see what Terror opts for here.
So I'm really wondering if Terror is going to play mech again.
Yeah, I kind of want to see him switch it up now that I think about it, you know? I mean, this is... just looking at their positions early on, it's good for 2Rax Academy, but we'll have to see.
Or 5 Factory again.
True. Very true. Alrighty, spawning at the top left corner of Wavelet, once again, as the Magenta Terran, we have Terror. And spawning at the bottom left as the Blue Zerg, she's currently up 2-0 in this series. It is Soul Z Chaelyn.
En la esquina superior izquierda está nuestro Terran de color rosa, está Terror U de Perú. Mientras en la esquina inferior izquierda de color azul está el Zerg, la Zerg, perdón, surcoreana, está Chaelyn. Entonces este es un mapa, estaba discutiendo con Machine, ¿no? A ver si Terror va a jugar match todas las partidas o va a ser doble barrack con Academy. Así que vamos a ver qué resulta. Realmente, personalmente nos gustaría ver a Terror cambiar y optar por Marines, pero hay que ver si este mapa es la mejor opción para hacerlo.
And, I mean, once again, third game in a row, but Chaelyn's gonna get first scout off with that Overlord. I feel like that's some luck, for sure. Just given their positions, you know, and I was saying it earlier, probably not a bad position for 2Rax Academy stim timing from Terror.
Right back.
Should Terror opt for, you know, that type of opener here, but you know, we've seen Command Center first, and we've seen, actually that's exactly what this is going to be. This is going to be a 14 Command Center, it looks like, from Terror once again. You know, and he continually has these gorgeous openers. Just, I feel like you would always want to, if you could get away with it every single game, you would always want to have a 14 Command Center versus 12 hatch play, TVZ. But, you know, it hasn't paid off quite yet. Chaelyn has come to this match ready to fight, honestly. I mean, I feel like it paid off at the beginning when I was talking about Chaelyn and how I honestly felt about her play. She's not a Ziki. She's a Eon Zerg. She hyper aggressive. If she can find a way to just get you to leave her game, she's gonna do it right away. And she has such strong timings. You know, I feel like because her control is so great, you almost overlook her micro and her control, but I assure you it's there. We are seeing a 2Rax after Command Center here for Terror, though. I'm assuming gas is going to go up shortly, and this is about as good of an opener as you could ever hope for from Terror. I really like how he's started this game 3. There is an SCV at the natural. It looks like, or in the main of Chaelyn, it does finally go down, and we will see a bunker forced at the natural of Terror. Gas has been delayed but the SCV count is massive for Terror at the start of this, and I think we're going to see a +1 5 racks opener here from Terror. Zerglings
5
moving
barrack
out
más
again.
1.
Spire already down inside the main here for Chaelyn. I like that SCV out on the map from Terror, just kind of drawing the attention away from those Zerglings for now. This has to be +1 5 racks from Terror. The gas was just a little too late. He's focusing a little too much on that quick economy, and I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's really good for him here. Ooh, what the? Third base from Chaelyn, and the positioning is really what throws me off. Typically as a Zerg player, you never really want to expand towards your opponent. It kind of makes sense, but it's closer to your opponent's rally. If they do get some type of a map control advantage at any point, your base is closer to their base, and it's easier for them to kill. So, you don't expect this too much, but maybe that's it. What we've seen from Chaelyn's play so far is anything from what you'd expect from, let's call it meta play. So there's a high likelihood Terror doesn't even scan, doesn't even scout mid-left, because why would you? And maybe that's exactly what Chaelyn's looking for here. So 4th barracks going down in the main of Terror. Mutas are in production here for Chaelyn. They will pretty shortly here be moving their way towards Terror's natural, looking to pick off SCVs, Marines, anything they can get their hands on. Ooh, good scan by Terror. That's if you get that Overlord, that is painful for Zerg to deal with. And Chaelyn knows it, diving in to suicide some Lings to save it. I love it. And here's the Muta. Oh. Ooh, a little bit of mistargeting from Chaelyn so far, but does grab 1 Marine. More importantly, didn't lose any Muta. Ooh, that's another free one. Very, very nice. We see Terror moving out with 2 Firebats on the right side of the map. This is a really cute play. Usually trying to pick off drones and mineral lines and find 3rd bases, but Chaelyn's 3rd is mid-left. It's very easily protected against 2 Firebats, so Terror's gonna have to find that out the hard way.
Parece ser un match bastante controversial. Chaelyn buscó expandirse a las 9 en punto, que es una posición bastante controversial, ya que uno siempre trata de expandirse lejos de su oponente, mientras que, mientras Terror busca la expansión, le está costando mucho trabajo salir hasta que tenga el +1 y el rango. Ahora ya a los 7 minutos, 7:30 es cuando el Terror ya debería empezar a salir y buscar meter presión, pero todavía no encontró la tercera, lo cual lo debe estar desconcertando un montón.
Very good control here from Chaelyn. That was a missed scout by Terror, scanning 6 o'clock, which is actually nothing on this map, but 2 Firebats making their way into Chaelyn's natural. Actually in really good position to do some significant damage here. Chaelyn having to stop controlling her mutas momentarily. Oh my gosh, incredible damage here from these 2 Firebats from Terror. Oh, that is exactly what you're looking for. I've never seen 2 Firebats get more drone kills than this game right here. Wow, incredible play.
Parece que esta jugada trae a Terror de vuelta a la partida. Esos Firebats hicieron un desastre. Así que parece que Terror se acaba de comprar una ventana para poder entrarle a la Zerg surcoreana y poder llevarse la primera partida de la noche. Parece que encontró la tercera. He found out about the third. Oh my god.
Wow. Chaelyn, though, pulling it back with her control. I don't actually understand how all those Marines and medics just died. but wow. She's definitely going to retain her map control for the moment. But yeah, that drone count was hindered significantly. We see 1 on minerals at the natural, not even mining gas at the 3rd. She's hurting, and it's going to take a lot more marine kills than that to pull this game back.
Micro versus Muta on the ramp is really annoying.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, luckily Terra's got that bunker in pretty good placement, but you never want to move up and down ramps against Muta, for sure. Chaelyn getting armor on the Mutas this game. Has Hive, has Greater Spire on the way as well. Definitely, like I said, just not meta. Like this is old stuff we all know, but we never see that often. You know, Terror, fortunately, in a great position, has the 2 starports up to be able to. Ooh. Yeah, if you eraser your own vessels, though, you can kill off a ton of Guardians. So I still think Terror knows that. He's definitely in a strong spot to be able to defeat these Guardians. From Chaelyn, yes.
Yeah.
He is definitely an all-in. There's no armor here. There's no hope of a follow-up. But Guardians are so strong and they do so much damage that a lot of times you can just erase the Terran's natural and then into their main with well-timed Guardian timing.
Yeah, I like Guardian plus Hydra. I think it's stronger.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. I agree with you there. Hydra kind of give the sustainability against Wraith and things like that. Chaelyn trying to dart around. Oh, Terror has sniffed this out. This is a dead 3rd.
Oh.
Right under the Guardians, picks off 1 immediately. I don't think this is quite gonna work, but significant damage from Terror already, picking off that single Guardian. Because like we were saying, there's no follow-up from this for Chaelyn. Like this has to kill. First Irradiate going down, second Irradiate going down. Those are 2 good Guardians. Now suddenly Terror's reduced the Guardian count to 3. I mean, turrets are getting some shots on. Oh my gosh, Chaelyn misstep there. Loses 1 of the Guardians to a turret. Yeah, there's no follow-up hope here from Chaelyn. Terror needs to just spam turrets, get that marine count up, wait for the next Irradiates. He's doing it perfectly. Guardian's been plugging away. Marine count's been reduced. We have 4 vessels now. Oh man. I think it's not quite enough. Maybe. Wow, is Chaelyn able to do this? Huh. I mean, suddenly we have a lot of Guardians. We still have vessels though, and vessel retention's been great. But yeah, there's no drones. There's no follow-up from this. Like everything needs to die. All these barracks need to die. All the turrets need to die. Natural needs to die. So that's kind of what makes this so risky for Zerg here. But I mean, eventually you got to kill them. Eventually you got to kill these Guardians off. They're not going to kill themselves, you know. They don't have air-to-air. Irradiate going down. 1 more Guardian will die. I almost think she should just erase the vessels or something. I don't know. I mean, I guess the Guardians aren't really like killing much. A Marine here. They're not killing off the command center. And the vessels have not died. Oh, now we even have 2 Wraiths coming in here. Yeah, Terror's got this, 100%. 100%. He just had the perfect setup. Because he was so patient, it looked a little scary for a second, but nah, Terror knew he had this.
Yeah?
He has it. He has it. What? No! Did I jinx it?
Every time.
The vessels didn't die.
It was a trap.
The vessels didn't die, did they?
No, but no energy.
Oh, no way.
Oh, you're going to get sued.
Oh my god, am I just
Así
that
que-
bad? How did I not read that? He was still mining from the natural even. Huh. Crazy.
Eclipse. Ok. Buenas tardes, damas, caballeros, fans de Chaelyn, fans de Terror, gente de toda Latinoamérica y del mundo que saben hablar en español. Les vengo a presentar la batalla de Ayur, un match en el cual se van a enfrentar los dos mejores protos afuera de Corea. Estoy hablando de The Wolf y de Bonnie en una serie que es para el infarto. Si recaudamos el premio de $2.200, van a jugar 25 partidos al hilo y en vivo. ¿Pueden creer eso? Y creo que ya recaudamos para 15 partidos, así que pueden hacer sus donaciones en el link de macherina.com/tournaments/55093. Y esto va a ser transmitido por TrovoLive/TeamTV. Esto va a ser en septiembre, el sábado, no puedo ver la fecha lamentablemente, será 4 de septiembre a las 9 AM hora de Perú, 10 AM hora de Bolivia y Chile, y será 11 AM hora de Argentina.
You want me to repeat that?
Okay.
Ooh, what do we got going on here? Top right, Chaelyn as the white Zerg. We're seeing a 4 pool.
Yeah.
4 pool, 4 pool,
oh.
complete all in. This is the dirtiest of dirty builds that a Zerg could ever do. You know, like, these are the games you win and, like, you don't tell your mom afterwards, you know? Like, yeah, mom, I played in some tournament. It went alright, you know, won.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, like, oh, how did I get... No, you don't want to know. Like, you know. Man, I mean, is this is... Oh, I thought this was the ARAX for a second. Never mind. It could work. Could also not work. You know, there's always a world where Terran pulls all their SCVs right away. I mean, and you just kill off all the Zerg.
What? Now he's going to wall. Who does that?
Wow. Someone's stream cheating.
Yeah.
Clearly.
These Peruvians.
I'm just kidding. But, man, yeah. I mean, I hate to say it, Pato, but you're definitely right. When you wall against this, it's... I don't know what Zerg can do. I really don't know.
No.
I mean, yes, as in, like, can you afford to only make 8 lings or 10 lings in Drone Scout? Yeah. But, I mean, you might as well, is kind of how I feel about it. In this matchup, there is no follow-up. The second you say, I'm 4-pulling, it's over. Like, it's either the right build and it works, or it's the wrong build and you just lose. So, I don't think this is a bad call to send the drone. Well, there's an SCV scout from Terror. There's a full wall. It's going to be annoying. He's going to have to repair the wall a little bit, but if the onus is on Terror here. As long as he does everything correctly, he should win.
Yeah, this is a GG Vilorba.
Full walls, man. I don't know why the meta is not to full wall. Like, man, Boxer had this down in 2001, you know? Like, it's just an unnecessary... Is he not repairing? For a second he wasn't repairing there. I think he did that just for the crowd. Like, I'm pretty sure.
Look, without hands.
Yeah. And, we should see a GG.
Yeah, you can leave the game.
GG. GG is called from Chaelyn. We'll pull down. I get what she's going for, right?
Yeah.
I think Eclipse, it's very common to do that forward wall. at the natural, almost like we saw Terror do on Polypoid, and it is a risk. You have to say at the start of the game, like, I'm going to do this build. I'm hoping they're doing this build. If they do this build, I just win flat out. But you know, sometimes it doesn't always work in your favor, and honestly, that's why I find Chaelyn to be such a scary player to play against in a series like this. So, but Terror does take game 4. Let's go with Shakira's Temple. This will be a good one for sure.
Another 4 pool.
Another wall.
Jinx it.
Yeah. Okay. No, it definitely won't be another 4 pool.
Yeah.
Oh man. Dude, that one day, man, I just kept jinxing everything. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
I wonder if this Valkyrie will get a shot off. Like, nope.
Yeah. I think part of the Terror's contract in the future will be to exclude Machine from the cast.
I don't blame him. I mean, there was some ridiculousness going on there. Alrighty. Bottom right corner of Shakira's Temple, we have spawning as the Magenta Terran. It is Terror. And spawning at the bottom left as the White Zerg, we have Soul Z Chaelyn.
Entonces en la esquina inferior derecha tenemos al Terran de color rosa, tenemos al Terran a la bestia peruana, tenemos a Rodrigo Terror. Y en la esquina inferior izquierda tenemos a nuestra Zerg coreana que viene arrasando con todo, como Thalía, está Soul Z Chaelyn. Orgullo peruano. Así que bueno, no sé qué esperar de esta partida, chicos, porque ya de verdad Chaelyn me está desconcertando, pero 8 Barrack, 8 racks from Terror.
I like this. It worked for Dandy, you know, earlier tonight, so why not?
What? Yeah.
I mean, I think I've said this in the past, but personally, I find Terror's 8 racks to be some of the scariest openings that any foreigner can do. Really, he's very strong in this matchup, and he knows this build order and executes this build order more than any other Terran I really run up against.
Well, he had once he almost made like a guide, an 8 racks guide against her, because he had that build order so studied.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it. He kills me with it without fail. It doesn't matter if I open pool first or not. He has very intense marine control, constant pressure. His scouting time is perfect, and he knows all the variations. He knows how to go into a bunker rush proper. He knows how to follow up and go quick factory without bunker rush and just have marine pressure. He knows BBS. He's just so good with this opener. And yeah, Chaelyn does get first scout off with that drone. We'll see this coming. But this is Terror's 8 racks, and this is not a build to be messed around with. So we'll have to see how she adapts here.
Remind that Terror is a 2500 Terran, MMR Terran, so this is a high level game, guys. Un saludo para Marcus. Bienvenido al chat, amigo.
2500. That is an impressive number for anyone. Ooh, big marine snipe by Chaelyn. I like that move out.
Placement.
Oh, he can wall the right side of the mineral line here too, and that'll prevent any and all drones from getting in. Oh, not going to though. Oh, it is a wall. Yep, walls it. So Terror knew exactly what he was doing here.
Tetris Master 200.
That was very nice. Very well played from Terror, and Barrack's timing is perfect. immediately walls back into his main, and there is no possible Zergling pressure available to Chaelyn here. What do? You just gotta wait and kill off the bunker, hopefully.
Yeah, but he can repair. He will make a lot of damage. A lot of larvae spent in things. No drones. And there's a lair? Yeah, there's a lair.
Yeah,
But
there is a lair, but
Vulture's in the way. She needs a sunken as soon as possible. If not, she will die.
yeah, very true. Very, very true. Yeah, we don't see any drones at the natural. It was a lot of Zerglings forced. I'm sure the Zerglings can probably delay the Vulture slightly, but I want to say Terra in a very strong spot here early on. Oh, good almost surround there from Chaelyn onto that Vulture, but it will move past. Oof. Yeah, no sunken. We see a Hydra Den.
Lurker. Oh. No, repair.
Oh, no.
That's dead. Supply blocked.
Yeah, that hurts. Ooh, one
But-
Ling on the ramp taking the Vulture
No!
down to
Yes.
5-8.
No! Yes.
Yes. No. Yes.
Scout the den, please. Oh, that micro. Welcome all to all our Korean viewers in the chat.
Yeah, welcome everyone.
Bienvenidos a nuestros amigos coreanos del chat.
We got a cool international crowd, guys.
Yeah, we definitely do. Folks
Cast
from
in
everywhere.
Spanish, in English, but not Korean. Sorry.
It's alright. Nyokin's learning Korean as
Really?
we speak. Yep.
We should invite him then.
We definitely should invite him to be our Korean caster.
So one raid, Lair was cancelled. Así que va a ser 2 hatchery full Hydra, por el amor de Jesucristo. Pero con este micro de Vulture, papá, ¿para qué querés? Saca la Bright, saca la Bright.
Incredible
Look at
control
that.
here from Terra.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Ha! I really thought Terra was doing
Bunker?
great there.
Yeah, he needs a bunker. Is that late, though?
It might be a little late. It looks a little late to me. There is no drones for Zerg here. Wow, this is just hyper aggression from Chaelyn.
Yeah, and supply blocks as well. 1918. Oh, that SCV red. No!
Yeah, SCV goes down. That bunker will not complete. Both
Save
these
the
moves
Marine.
will
Save the
fall.
Marine. No! Save the
Oh.
Marine.
Oh, the bunker gets up with a Marine in it. Wow, this should be a hold for Terra now. I think Terra's in the best spot, actually. Chaelyn has no drones. There's nothing at the natural. I mean, yes, it's a little scary because of how many Hydras are on the map. Oh, if Terra chooses to drop these Vultures, though, he might die.
Shout out to Fresh, who is translating to our Korean viewers all our casts. So thank you. Thank you. I love you, Fresh. Te amo. I said I love you in Spanish. Te amo, amigo Fresh. We need more Fresh in the world.
We definitely do.
Yeah, we need.
This is it.
We are recruiting new casters in the chat. But he
Big
needs to ask
Vulture
permission
drop.
though. Like licks and cats.
Man,
So
Terra,
great drop, grand drop.
Yeah. He's doing so much damage with this drop here. This was exactly what he needed. He's definitely not going to be able to die to a Hydra counter anytime soon. Ooh, another drop.
Parece que la presión de Rodrigo está siendo letal contra Chaelyn. Chaelyn está invocando todos sus ancestros coreanos para tratar de levantar esta partida, pero se está complicando. El tema es que Terro todavía tiene un CC, lo cual me está preocupando un poquito. para serlos honestos, el dropship es spoteado, el CC que recién está haciendo ahora, ¿y cuál será el follow-up? Chaelyn tiene menos drones que yo plata en el banco, así que no sé cómo va a seguir este partido.
How do you think this is going so far?
I don't know. Chaelyn has not a lot of drones, and she's switching to mutas. So I don't know how this is going to end. She's droning right now.
Yeah, she's droning up fairly quick too, but yeah, this is not looking the best.
Oh, that micro!
Wow, really good trade from Terror.
Oh, Dropu. Where is Fresh? I need translation. Fresh. Come back to work. Yeah, Fresh, please translate.
Ah, man, another Overlord pickup there for Terror. Terror in an awesome spot, and what a monster bringing this one back.
So good game.
Yeah, I thought he failed the 8 racks as soon as the drones surrounded that first or the third marine or whatever. But man, he still made it work. That's tough to do.
The point is that he doesn't lose to any muta right now. Oh, drop incoming main base.
Yeah, it's good drop positioning.
Oh, supply blocked.
Oof.
Oh, so annoying. Desagi. Drop.
Gets out with the dropship as well. Man. Yeah, to your point, I feel like that's like the third or fourth time Chaelyn's been supply blocked by Terror.
No.
Ooh, that hurt.
Okay, so one vessel and GG.
Yeah, one irradiate, and I mean, there's just no follow-up. Chaelyn is so far away from having a third base, and Terror is almost fully saturated on 2 at this point.
So we have a series.
Yeah, Terror's not going up without a fight, man. He's really making it a match here. I mean, against Chaelyn too, like I said, I think her style in general just matches up better. And I wouldn't even necessarily say she's like, you know, a better player than Terror, but man, she, you know, she crosses a lot of boxes that most Zergs that I feel like Terror plays regularly don't do, you know?
Feloman no es que si tiene chances. Terror ya ganó esta partida. O sea, no hay chances de que Ser te la gane. Pensá que están 2 bases contra 2 bases. El Ser no tiene drones, o sea, tiene 4 drones en la expansión. Y que serán 6, 7 en la principal. No hay chance de que gane esta partida. Así que Terror, ya te puedo adelantar ahora, sin quemarla, de que Terror va a estar 2-3.
Although we are seeing Chaelyn kind of creep up in supply. I definitely wouldn't say she's at an advantage right now, but only being down 12 supply is, you know, if we were just basing this off supply for Zerg, yeah, it's not that bad. You're not thinking game ending yet, so...
Well, Terror will have a very good timing like right now, because you won't have, Chaelyn won't have any tech unit.
Yeah, that's very true. If Chaelyn holds, it's going to be all Muta, all maybe Lurker. I mean, she does have a lair, does have Hydroden, obviously. But yeah, she's, man, she's definitely looks like she's taking a good advantage right now. She's guessing that Terran is going to sit back and wait for some type of a timing, build up a Bioforce, and she just put down 3 hatcheries at, you know, 2 additional bases, has Evo chambers on the way, and is pure drones. Like, she has nothing. Terran could, I feel like Terran could walk across the map right now, and Chaelyn's in trouble.
Yeah, she doesn't have. She wants to make like full Lurker and Muta against an already very strong Terran. She doesn't stand a chance. She's trying to do whatever she can to stay in the game, but I think it's already over.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think she's doing what she needs to like, you know, you got to kind of take a risk. at some point when you get in a disadvantage. So, you know, if she was going to come back, it would be by playing hyper greedy maybe and Terror missing a timing, but Terror's not going to do that. You know, he's so strong. He's he waits for his upgrade timings and then he goes. He's just very, very diligent.
Fresh, she's trying to do whatever she can. No, she can't. Please, man, we're paying you. We are paying. Yeah, we are paying you for translate. Please, focus, focus, please.
That's so cool.
Can I be mean to him?
No, he's awesome.
Fresh, I need you in my life. Please always be here when I cast. Yeah, I don't know him, but awesome. I already want a child from him.
Ooh, big Irradiate going down on that Mutaflock. Couple Scourge going down. Yeah, this is looking to be a pretty strong timing from Terror here.
Yeah. A switch to full tank since he has double Evo chamber. Whenever you see that, you need just to try to build as much tanks as you can, and your army will be unstoppable. You don't have to make that mistake of building a full marine army.
I kind of like this from Chaelyn. She's really just pulling Terra's army out of position. Okay, the Irradiates were forced out on the Lurkers. You know, you kind of have to expect that.
Oh, Irradiate.
Yeah, it's such a strong spell, honestly.
I love the sound of Lurkers. Like
dying
in pain. Yeah.
It just sounds so expensive. That's what I don't like about it. Like, you know, Zergling's dying. Ah, sure. You know, it's like you're saying popcorn, just left and right. I don't care.
Yeah.
Man, Lurker's dying is like, definitely didn't want that thing to die.
My long-term investment.
Yep.
It's my tuition.
Big Irradiate and Snare's going down, but it's just not quite enough. Chaelyn. Yeah, perfect spread there from Terror. Good Irradiates.
GG.
GG is called. Wow, Terror bringing it back 2-3 against Chaelyn here. If he wins the next 2 games, he takes the series. So, I mean, big points here for Terror.
Un saludo para Abs Green, para Rasper Fellowman, y para Everty Shadow.
Who's picking the next map? I think it's Pato.
Oh, okay.
Oh, mine peak. Okay, Silver. No, I'm just kidding. We have Fighting Spirit, Circuit Breaker, and what else?
I think that's it, right? Am I wrong? I think that's it. I think it's Fighting Spirit and Circuit Breakers.
Okay. I hate Circuit Breaker, so Fighting Spirit.
Don't like Circuit Breakers? Okay.
No, I hate it with all my life. I don't like Fighting Spirit as well, but... Well. Un abrazo para Titat, nuestra Relaciones Públicas de Oro.
So game 6 going to be Fighting Spirit. When I think of this map, it is like very, very standard, very balanced. You have some weird stuff that can happen on some of the ramps. Like, it's a very buggy map for units to get caught on ramps, unfortunately. But other than that, this is like the quintessential map. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see how these two choose to play it here going into game 6.
Entonces, en la esquina superior izquierda de color rosa tenemos a nuestro Terran PPP peruano. Tenemos a nada más ni menos que Terror. Y abajo a la derecha, blanco, rojo, tenemos a nuestra Zerg de sur de Corea. Tenemos a nuestra Zerg de sur Corea, tenemos a South Z Chaelyn.
And spawning at the top left, hailing as the magenta Terran from Peru, we have Terror. And spawning at the bottom right side of Fighting Spirit, as the white Zerg from Korea, we have Sol Z Chaelyn. I think this is the first game that Chaelyn hasn't scouted Terror first, so gotta be happy for Terror here.
So cross position as well. Oh, 11, 10, 10? Is that? No, 8, 8. What the?
Is this Wraith, 2-port Wraith, really fast 2-port Wraith?
What?
I feel like I've seen this before, and it's for super ultra fast.
I've seen an Ample versus Action game where he does a very fast factory, but I don't know if this is it.
Oh, he's gonna proxy the factory in the center of the map.
Yeah, it's very unique.
I think you do that, and then you go into 2-port Wraith. It's just annoying. I don't know. Wow, timing is perfect as always with Terror. That factory started the second it got there. Man, I don't know. I'm interested. I want to see how this one plays out. Terror's got quite the arsenal of builds, so for him to have something, you know, perfected like this for Fighting Spirit is gonna be fun.
I like it.
It's not 2-port Wraith. He's gonna expo.
Proxy.
Yeah.
Factory.
Yeah.
This is a build order I saw from Ample.
Yeah. Is it very strong?
You have to practice it a lot, but it's really strong. He did it on Selfit, which is a much smaller map, and it paid off.
Okay. I'd imagine that Vulture gets in there no matter what, and then it all comes down to, like, you have to kill so many Zerglings with that Vulture and just keep it alive inside the main. But if you do it, it's just impossible for the Zerg to deal with. So that Vulture is moving in here. Drone sees the factory in the center of the map with rallying Vultures. And yeah, we have the first Vulture in the main, grouping with the SCV. Probably going to end up keeping that SCV alive. And first 3 Lings going down. Drone's being pulled by Chaelyn. She's got to get a surround on this if she wants to stay in this game. Flare being cancelled. A little bit of damage from Chaelyn so far on that Vulture. But Terror's just not going to make any mistakes. He's keeping that Vulture very far away. Oh, second Vulture joining in here. Ooh, takes some significant damage, but does not fall.
So good micro.
It just in phenomenal control. Phenomenal control.
Tesaki, you already know.
Wow. Terror's just such a good player.
Terror so good.
Drones are trying to maybe sneak to the natural? I don't know. Nope, stayed inside the main. I mean, what is Chaelyn gonna do?
Yeah, there.
There we
Terror
go.
won't allow. Oh, why? Oh.
Diving for the last drone as well. And those Vultures are still alive, Pato. That's insane.
The chat says Tesagi. Haha. No Tesagi. Pro Sagi.
Sagi. Pro Sagi.
Pro Sagi, no Tesagi.
Terror Sagi.
Please. Terror Sagi. GG. 3-3. Oh my god.
Wow. We are going to the ace match. The ace match of ace matches. I'm telling you, man, I knew it from the start. This was going to be the matchup tonight, and I knew that they would, them particularly, would match up really well. So this is going to be super cool to see.
Fun games.
Yep. They're the same. They're like the mirror image of each other, except one's a Zerg Korean and the other's a Peruvian Terran. Like really.
Yeah, they are separate and born. They were.
Two of my favorite people, guys. Anybody watching who doesn't know about Terra or Chaelyn, they're just super cool and good mannered.
Yep, super cool, like so down to earth. Both of them just chat with all their followers. You know, they stream regularly. They love this game. They're you know, and they're two people you definitely wouldn't want to hit in a tournament either. You know, so it's kind of cool to see them playing here. And here we go, ace match, game 7.
I'm losing connection, maybe? Hello?
Can you hear me? We hear you, Pato.
No. What?
And spawning at the bottom right side of Circuit Breakers as the magenta Terran, we have Terror U. And spawning at the bottom left as the white Zerg player, we have Chaelyn.
I have a little bit of connectivity issues. Wait.
So, I guess while we wait for Pato here, when I think you know, Circuit Breakers, it's a very, very common map. It's actually a map where you do see a lot of mech, even though there is no gas at the mineral only. And this is just because of the close distances that they share along the bottom side of the map. You know, both thirds leading into each other. You'll very rarely ever see a Zerg take that close mineral only. You know, you'd expect Chaelyn to expand more towards the top left side of the map. But you know, it's quite a difficult attack pathway for Zerg to stop from Terran. So, you know, be interested to see if that plays into effect here. Terror putting down his first barracks inside the main, pretty standard 11 racks. Meanwhile, Chaelyn scouting the top left side of the map, bringing out her 12 drone for a very, very standard 12 hatchery first. Would expect her to follow up with an 11 pool and a 10 Vespian Geyser inside the main. But yeah, this is just looking to be exactly what we've kind of seen so far. You know, they both favor very, very standard openings, but also openings that aren't at a disadvantage early on. You know, Terra has shown he really likes that command center first at times. But, you know, Chaelyn not taking any safe pool first openers to try to defend that 8 racks. And yeah, we're seeing some pretty good scouting here from both. Interesting to see Chaelyn scouted cross map with her first drone. That is not normal on most other maps, but she wants to know exactly where her opponent is right away. And now she should know that Terror is bottom right, even though she has not seen Terror's opening. Pato, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Awesome.
I'm back and stronger than ever.
Stronger than ever. Okay, just what we wanted to hear.
So, okay.
Yeah, we have Terror just going for a pretty standard 1 racks expand.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Chaelyn has opened, you know, typical 2 hatch muta play. Just got the scout off to see the couple Marines outside Terror's natural, so she should know it's pretty standard play from him as well. So yeah, nothing really out of the ordinary. You didn't miss much, bro. And we're seeing some larvae get stockpiled at the natural here of Chaelyn. I wonder if those are going to be drones, or could this be a Zergling
Overlord.
timing?
Overlord block. Super blocked. 1818 Supli.
Yeah, the Overlord is a little late, but she also hung on to a couple larvae at the natural too long. That usually indicates Zergling timings. Yep, and we're seeing... I think this is a big Zergling flood. I don't know if she's going to follow up with more, but...
Opa. Último partido, tal vez en el Zerling All-In, muchachos. Bunker Terror, Bunker Rodrigo, o se te viene la noche.
I guess it is only 8 Zerglings, so it's not as much as I was expecting. But Chaelyn might have a small timing here. She should have gone earlier if she was going to go.
Yeah. But still a very good trade.
Yeah, not a bad trade for sure.
But Terror got a scout, so he knows that it's going to be 2-hatch muta.
Yeah, very.
And there's
very
no
standard.
Zerling follow-up.
Only 4 Marines as well for Terror so far at the natural. That's really going to delay any kind of Marine bio timing. Looks like Chaelyn's third base going down, top left, where you'd expect. It's kind of safest up there, furthest away from Terror's base. But Terror is slowly building up that SCV count. 2 more barracks dropping down inside the main, and Marines are building slowly but surely.
Parece que esto va a ser una partida estándar. Si bien Terror no puso un búnker, la cantidad de marines que perdió lo va a hacer incapaz de salir tempranamente, así que va a tener que esperar al minuto 7, 7:30 para poder pushear cuando tenga rango y +1. Mientras tanto se va a tener que defender con un par de torretas, las cuales ya tendría que haber empezado a poner. Y vamos a ver cómo sigue de ahí en adelante. Una muy buena espa arriba. Podría decir que Chaelyn está en una muy buena posición, ¿no? Y que Terror está un poquitito retrasado, nada terrible, pero me gustaría ver un poco más de torretas.
Mutas are finally rallying across the map for Chaelyn. You know, not quite in the numbers you'd expect. I think what she's done is gone very fast, +1 armor, and is looking to kind of delay this game out with these Muta and play for more of a late game, which is why we don't see that big hit of 5 Muta early on. It's to give her a quicker timing later on. So kind of a, you know, a meta thing you see Zergs do from time to time. But she is moving in here. It's going to start putting a little bit of pressure on that supply depot, that forward supply depot of Terror, and try to get a little bit of damage on that bioforce.
Un saludo para Ice Tucker, que está ahí pidiendo por el chat. Un abrazo. Y para Comercio Tacna Army presente. Parece ser un partido bastante parejillo, con por ahora full muta. No estoy viendo ni Leader, Elisden, ni Evolution Champ, con una transición en puerta. Mientras que tanto Terror está con 4 Barrack. Eso parece ser una Factory a los 7 minutos, lo cual no está mal. Así que vamos a ver qué pasa.
So Terror really going to have to watch out here. Moving across those bridges can prove to be very difficult for Marines against Muta. But Terror looks like he wants to pressure out on the map and force Chaelyn to back off with the Mutas. Good pickup there on that first Marine from Terror. But Chaelyn, I think, really needs to kind of play a little more passive until this armor upgrade kicks in.
Full muta.
Is that a Queen's Nest top left? Or is that a
Maybe
Hydroden?
again.
Oh, Hydroden into Queen's
And
Nest.
Queen. Maybe,
Okay.
maybe Guardian. Maybe Guardian Idolson.
Or, yeah, or maybe just Lurker Hive. Who knows? I mean, it could be anything based on that. Yeah. Usually when you see the Hydroden that early, I think it's I don't think it's Guardian Hydra. I think it's going to be Lurker, but we'll see.
¿Por qué tan elegante? Porque está el comercio Tag Army presente, muchacho.
Ooh, good pickup there by Chaelyn. A few more Marines falling. She's making quite a bit of muta, really just trying to whittle down this Bioforce. And yes, we even see +1 attack on the mutas from Chaelyn. So that kind of indicates she wants to get very aggressive this game with muta. Ooh, free medics. Oh, she didn't go in though.
No!
Oh man, big pickup there, grabbing that medic from Chaelyn. But for Terror, we do see the 2 starports down in the main science vessel or science facility on the way. Vessels will be up shortly. So Terror definitely doing all the right things to keep in this game. Ooh, another big muta snipe there from Terror. Very well played. We see Terror even building a turret out front there. I actually kind of like this. You know, if you're going to keep taking the same fights in the same spot, you might as well get a little bit of extra damage. Ooh, but Chaelyn picking off that SCV. Nice pickup there.
Entonces parece que si holdea Terra Honesto, por ahora la transición de Chaelyn viene un poquito demorada, ¿no? Así que todavía estoy con la duda si va a ser Defiler o si va a ser algún combo raro como Hydra Guardián. Pero parece que el micro de muta de Chaelyn hace que Terror se quede en la base. Evolution Chamber, así que podemos inferir de que Chaelyn va a hacer mucho turno. Cuando ustedes ven Son Terran y ven un Evolution Chamber, tienen que sí o sí hacer tanques. Tienen que abandonar la idea de hacer full Marine y Vessel.
Yeah, first Lurkers coming out here for Chaelyn. There is no bunker set up. Vessels are out though, but ooh, this should be a little scary for Terra to be able to push into. Wow, very good Lurker positioning on that high ground. A lot of music moving in here. Ooh, but a nice Irradiate going down. But I think Terra should be able to hold this.
He needs a tank. Whenever you see a Evolution Chamber, you need to make them.
Yeah.
Because Sir will invest so much in Lurker, and you cannot hold it with just Marines and Vessels.
I think he could do it with the bunkers here.
Yeah, but nevertheless, he won't be
it's
able
not
to
as good.
attack.
Well, yeah, you're right. You're right. He won't really be able to push it off. I mean, Chaelyn's drone count actually a little lower than I was expecting at that third. This was a big committed timing. Only 2 drones on minerals at the third, and we see a dropship for Terror moving into the main of Chaelyn. No Scourge in sight. This could be exactly what Terror needs to turn the tide. Good movement by Chaelyn.
Un saludo para Gran Chaturris, sucesor de Flash y Larva. Un saludo para 40 20.
This is big damage by Terror.
Yeah, very good.
Spire killing off the Defiler mound. Might even be able to get either the pool
or the I didn't see that. He needs to get that Defiler. Oh, irradiate. What? Why not irradiate the Defiler? What?
I think he has so many vessels that he'll slowly be able to whittle it down. I don't know. I think he's pretty confident he's got it. Terror holds easily.
Yeah.
This main's dead. Wow.
So many Marines.
So many Marines. It's that Terror macro. Doesn't stop.
You can't stop the beat.
Layer down, cool down. I mean, this is all but over here for poor Chaelyn.
Oh no. Desagui. I seems que Terror se lleva el showmatch 4-3. Impresionante.
And Terror takes the series 4-3 against Chaelyn. Incredible play from both players, but Terror was definitely the stronger player today. Well played to him. Wow, it was every bit as awesome as I thought it was gonna be, and it was kind of exactly like I thought it was gonna be. So that was awesome tonight. What an incredible series between these two.
Yeah, thank you Ox, thank you Team TQ, thank you.
I gotta thank you guys. Thank you, Fresh.
Thank you, Africa. Thank you,
Yeah,
Fresh.
thank you, Fresh.
Fresh, te
VIP
quiero
of
mucho.
today.
Our chat translator. Yeah, that was incredible play today from honestly everybody. Like the Dandy Ultra Series, even though it was, 6-1, I felt like it was a pretty strong showing from both those players. Terra and Chaelyn gave us some pretty interesting games with, some unique builds and, man, I mean, just awesome games all around. So, thanks for having me, and can't wait for the next one.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, guys. Thank you. See you soon.
All right, sounds good. See you, Pato.
Bye, Machine. Bye,
guys.
Pato. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Everybody who's watching, it's been a pleasure.
All
We'll
right.
have more Trovo Africa TV events in September. And of course, tune in on Saturday, September 4th, starting kind of early because one player is in Siberia, and it'll be kind of late his time. Bonnet versus the Walt, guys. Prize goes up to $2,200. They are playing a Marathon Edition Showmatch series. Every $200 that's added to the prize, they play 2 more games. I believe the prize is at $1,600 right now. So that equals 19 games. Help us get to 25 games. If you can afford to pitch in a few dollars, we'd appreciate it. There is the Match Arena link. And yeah, that's going to be streamed on Trovo. So if you can, tune in. If you're unable to watch it at the start time, I'm sure you'll catch some of it because I expect it to be going on for a few hours at least. And yeah, that's the Battle for Ire Marathon Edition. Hopefully be the greatest Brood War foreign show match ever, but we'll see. I want to thank Machine and Pato again, Fresh, all the Latin viewers, English-speaking viewers, the Korean viewers. Big shout out to Sushi for connecting us with AfreecaTV, giving this sponsorship opportunity to all these players to make some money. In case you're not aware, all the players in these events earn the same amount of money. I found that has absolutely no effect on their performance. Everybody tries their best, and they all leave with some cash. And I feel better about that because sometimes somebody loses a lot of games and they played for a few hours and they don't get compensated. So I feel better knowing that everybody makes a good chunk. Our AfreecaTV prize is valued up to $175. So if you have 4 players participating, we divide it 4 ways. Trovo events, somewhere around $150, and we divide that 4 ways if we have 2 matches. So I want to thank all the players who've been participating in these so far, and obviously the sponsors. It's a great opportunity to showcase the skills of the best foreigners and some semi-pro Koreans, and also hook them up with some cash. And that cash goes a long way to players in Latin America, especially Ultra from Chile, Dandy Terror from Peru. So yeah, I just wanted to add that note in because it's really important to me that we do financially support these players in need. And that should wrap it up tonight. Hope anybody who watches this later, you enjoyed it. Leave a comment. If there's any shortcomings, that belongs to me, Ox. See you guys next time.